Senate will come to order. Mr. Schaffler, please call the roll.
Senators Amabile, Baisley, Ball,
Excused.
Bridges, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Cutter, Danielson, Doherty, Exum, Frizzell, Gonzalez,
Excused.
Henriksen, Judah, Kip, Kirkmeyer, Kolker,
Excused.
Liston, Lundin, Marchman,
Excused.
Michelson Genet, Mullica, Pelton B, Pelton R, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Snyder, Sullivan, Wallace, Weissman, Winter. Mr. President.
Let's do this. The morning roll call is 31 present, 0 absent, 4 excused. We have a quorum. Senator Baisley, might you please, good sir, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would be happy to. Members, please join me in the pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Approval of the journal. Senator Wiseman.
Good morning, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of yesterday, Monday, April 28, 2005, be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. What? The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. Senate Services.
Correctly printed, Senate Bill 318, correctly engrossed, Senate Bill 163, 284, 288, and 289. Correctly re-engrossed, Senate Bill 26, 72, 84, 118, 120, 142, 285, 290, 296, 299, 300, 301, 303, 305, and 307. Correctly revised, House Bill 1183, 1250, and 1273. Correctly re-revised, House Bill 1004, 1049, 1096, 1105, 1112, 1130, 1177, 1195, 1204, 1225, 1305, 1306, 1308, and 1314. Correctly enrolled, Senate Bill 20, 79, 81, 116, 144, 147, 168, 175, 182, 184, 193, 196, 197, 203, 205, and 277.
Committee reports.
Committee on Judiciary, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1304 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1098 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations.
Special orders. Second reading of bills. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over special order second reading of bills until tomorrow, April the 30th.
The motion is lay over special order second reading of bills calendar to Wednesday, April 30th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Special order second reading of bills calendar will lay over until Wednesday, April 30th, 2025. Third reading of bills. Final passage. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 288.
Senate Bill 288 by Senator Rodriguez and Representative Titone and Soper concerning preventing certain disclosures of intimate depictions and in connection therewith creating a cause of action for non-consensual disclosure of an intimate digital depiction and adding and amending related provisions in criminal law.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 288 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 288. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 31 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, Senate Bill 288 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Wallace, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Roberts, Judah, Henriksen, Kip, Snyder, Mullica. Please add and Senator Exum. And please add the president and maybe Senator Bridges. Mr. Schaffler, please add Senator Ball to the roll. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1183.
House Bill 1183 by Representatives Gilchrist and Bacon and Senators Ball and Doherty concerning the creation of a working group to study the use of calorimetric field drug tests and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Doherty.
I move House Bill 1183 in third and final passage.
Senator, further discussion. The motion is the passage of Senate Bill 1183. Are there any, House Bill 1183, are there any no votes? Senators, Senators Kirkmeyer, Rich, Baisley, Catlin, Pelton R, Bright, Pelton B, Frizzell, Liston, with a vote of 23 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, House Bill 1183 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Weissman, Judah, Amabile, Cutter, Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 284.
Senate Bill 284 by Senators Exum and Michelson Janae and Representatives Burton Martinez concerning allowing nonprofit youth services organizations to present to students on school campuses.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 25284 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 284. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Rich, Pelton B, Simpson, Bright, Carson, Pelton R, Catlin, Baisley, Liston, with a vote of 20 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 284 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Judah, Winter, Wallace, Cutter, Henriksen. Please add the president. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You will notice the bill had my name following the comma as a co-sponsor as introduced. I request that my name be removed.
Minority Leader Lundin's name will be removed as a co-sponsor on Senate Bill 284. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1273.
House Bill 1273 by Representatives Basnicker and Woodrow and Senators Ball and Henriksen concerning requiring certain municipalities to modify building codes to allow 5 stories of a multifamily residential building to be served by a single exit.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over House Bill 1273 to the bottom of the calendar.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1273 to the bottom of the third reading of the bill's final passage calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1273 be laid over to the end of the third reading of the bill's final passage calendar. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Bill 289.
Senate Bill 289 by Senator Cutter and Representatives Brown concerning the creation of a drug donation program.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 289 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 280. Oh, there is further discussion. Senator Cutter.
Well, there's an amendment.
Oh, there's an amendment.
Yeah.
but you have to ask for permission. Oh, Senator Cutter,
Thank you, Mr. President. I request permission to offer a third reading amendment.
please tell us why you want a third reading amendment, Senator Cutter.
I know. So, we clarified something in regarding REMS drugs, this specific classification of drugs, and there needed to be a fix in numbering of the other amendments, and we added a piece of to protect drug manufacturers. We added a liability piece, and I would ask for your support.
The motion is Senator Cutter's request for permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and third reading amendment permission is granted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L008 to Senate Bill 289.
Amendment L008, amending gross bill, page 6, line 24, strike 6, nothing, and substitute.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment L008 to
the
Senate Bill
amendment.
289.
Perfect. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I explained, it's just a cleanup of some of the numbering in the bill and also adding a liability piece requested by the drug manufacturers. And I
Further-
ask for your aye vote.
Perfect. Further discussion on L008. Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L008 to Senate Bill 289. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 32 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 3 excused, L008 to 289 is adopted. Further discussion on Senate Bill 289. Seeing none, the motion is the adoption or passage of Senate Bill 289. Are there any no votes? Senators Pelton R., Rich, Pelton B. With, Senator Henriksen. We're asking for no votes. Are you a no vote? I'm a yes. Senator Henriksen is an aye vote. With a vote of 29 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 289 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Henriksen, Winter, Kipp, Judah, Sullivan, Michelson Janae, Wallace, Catlin, this is co-sponsors. Okay. Just making sure. Oh, please add Senator Frizzell. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1250.
House Bill 1250 by Representatives Hamrick and Duran and Senator Cutter concerning providing materials about gun violence prevention to parents with students in K through 12.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 25-1250 on third reading and final passage and ask for your aye vote.
There is discussion. Very good. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President. Mr. President, I know this is a little bit unusual, but I would like to ask for a third reading amendment to House Bill 1250.
Senator Liston, please let us know what you would like a third reading amendment.
Very good. Well, because I think this is a good, worthy bill, and really didn't have a chance yesterday. We had a good discussion about gun-safe programs, and I would like to offer an amendment that will take this bill and make it even better.
The motion is Senator Liston's request for permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and permission is granted. There is an amendment at the desk.
Yes, there is. Excuse me.
I think you might, yes, there we go. You got him. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to L004 for House Bill 1250.
Amendment L004, amend revised bill, page 3, after
Senator
line.
Liston.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. President. Members, like I said, and I appreciate the opportunity to offer a third read amendment. I'm not trying to make this bill bad. I'm trying to make it much better. Is that basically what this amendment does is it's permissive. It allows an education provider to offer information to parents that is created by an organization that has nationally recognized firearm safety programs for students who are anywhere from 3 years to 17 years of age. And an example, I'm sure there's more than one, but an example that I used yesterday is what's called the Eddie Eagle Gun Safe Program. That's an accident prevention program for children in pre-kindergarten through 4th grade. This amendment takes it even further up to age 17. Basically, what they teach or inculcate is that if a child comes across a firearm, that there's in an unsupervised situation, they need to stop, don't touch the firearm, run away, and tell a grown-up. The whole program, a firearm is never shown. It's to educate that a safe handling of a firearm, and the program does not try to influence that it's pro-firearm or against firearm. It's just the safe treatment of firearms by children. And I would ask for an aye vote for Amendment L004.
Very good. Senator Liston, please move L004.
Yes, I move Amendment L004. Thank you, Mr. President.
Very good. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would like to thank the good senator from Colorado Springs for your engagement on this bill. I appreciate it. And I only am regretful that we did not have these conversations earlier, because being in this building for a number of years, as we both have, we know what kind of things can happen when we don't properly stakehold something. So I'm concerned that we haven't talked to the schools or anyone else involved with this legislation to make sure that this amendment was okay. I think this is definitely a conversation we can continue next year, but I also want to suggest that I don't know that there's anything providing or preventing local education providers from doing this already. So with that in mind, I'm going to, again, offer my thanks to my colleague and respectfully request for your no on this amendment.
Further discussion. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President, and the good senator. Is that I would emphasize that that in the amendment it says may offer. There's no requirement. If the entity, the school district, wants to do it, then they can. If they don't, then they don't have to. No harm done. But it is a time proven for this particular program. It's 37 years old. It has been proven very, very successful, and it certainly goes in agreement with the idea of House Bill 1250. So once again, I would respectfully ask for an aye vote, because it does accomplish the intent of this bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L004 to House Bill 1250. Are there any no votes? Senators Cutter, Michelson Janae, Winter, Kipp, Wallace, Judah, Danielson, Mr. Majority Leader, Amabile, Weissman, Henriksen, Ball, Sullivan, Snyder, Bridges, Exum. Please add the president. With a vote of 15 ayes, 17 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, L004 to House Bill 1250 is lost. Further discussion on 1250. Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1250. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich, Kirkmeyer. These are no votes on House Bill 1250. Kirkmeyer. You're welcome. Pelton B. Mr. Minority Leader. Baisley. Catlin. Frizzell. Simpson. Pelton R. Carson. Bright. With a vote of 21 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, House Bill 1250 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Michelson Janae, Winter, Sullivan, Kip, Wallace. Please add the president. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Bill 163.
Senate Bill 163 by Senators Cutter and Ball and Representatives Brown and Stewart concerning the establishment of battery stewardship programs for the disposal of certain batteries.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 25-163 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 163. Are there any no votes? Senators Pelton B., Frizzell, Kirkmeyer, Rich, Liston, Baisley, Pelton R., Catlin, Mr. Minority Leader, Carson,
It's industry. It's true.
Bright. With a vote of 21 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 163 is passed. Senator Cutter for the hat trick. Co-sponsors, Senators Roberts, Danielson, Judah, Wallace, Kip, Winter, Michelson Janae, Amabile, Doherty, Henriksen, Weissman. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1273.
House Bill 1273 by Representatives Basnicker and Woodrow and Senators Ball and Hendrickson concerning requiring certain municipalities to modify building codes to allow 5 stories of a multifamily residential building to be served by a single exit.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1273 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion. There is discussion. Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Senator Ball, tell us why you want permission, brother.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the amendments we adopted yesterday, our drafter discovered last night there was an internal reference that no longer makes sense, so we are bringing this amendment to fix that internal reference.
Senator Ball, who's your drafter?
I take full responsibility.
No, I think
Mr.
they're
President.
amazing. I would love to know. Okay. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is Senator Ball's request for permission to offer third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The one no vote. The ayes have it, and permission is granted. There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L24 to House Bill 1273.
Amendment L24, amend revised bill, page 4, line 26, strike 4 and substitute
Senator
5.
Ball.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move L024 to House Bill 1273.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. As described, this is a technical fix from the amendments we adopted yesterday.
Very good. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L24 to House Bill 1273. Are there any no votes? Senator Bright. Yeah. Kirkmeyer. Oh, no. Rich. Pelton B. This is on the amendment on L24. With a vote of 28 ayes, 4 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, L024 to House Bill 1273 is adopted. To the bill, Senator, wow, you must have had those same leg implants that I had. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand atop the single stair of the Senate and ask for an aye vote as I renew my motion for House Bill 1273 on third reading and final passage.
It's a tough dad joke. Any further discussion? There is discussion. Please push the stair in. Senator Weissman.
I don't have a pun that good. More seriously, members, I was a no vote in committee at the time. There were concerns expressed on the part of those who run into the burning buildings that we run out of that I think they wanted to see a little bit more work done on the policy. That has now happened. I'm grateful for that engagement. Given that, if you followed second reading yesterday, we put other provisions into the design of the buildings in terms of access by fire equipment and so forth. We made some updates just so that future codes, manage to stay in sync. We have a review process. I think that's all to the good. I have long understood what the policy is trying to accomplish as far as achieving optimal use for housing of a limited commodity, namely space, land, and have been hopeful that the details of the policy would get to a place where we could address concerns of those both who want to see more housing and who need to see to the safety if something starts to go badly wrong. I think we've now done that, so I'll be a yes on third reading.
Very good. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1273. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich, Frizzell, Kirkmeyer, Danielson, Sullivan, Exum, Carson, Liston, Baisley. With a vote of 23 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, House Bill 1273 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Winter, Bridges, Kipp, committee reports.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 7 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 17 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 48 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 165 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 272 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 281 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 286 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 297 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 302 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 308 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 310 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 311 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 312 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 313 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 314 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 315 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 316 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 317 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1026 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1062 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1082 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1149 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1167 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1215 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1275 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1299 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that be placed on the consent calendar.
We'll take a senatorial 5. There we go. Members, we are back in the game. Mr. Schaffler, please add Senator Gonzalez to the roll. General orders. Second reading of bills. The great senator from Frisco, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate resolve itself in Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders. Second reading of bills, and Senator Roberts will take the chair. Oh, you got the coffee ready. I'm ready. Get you some.
Thanks.
Thank you, brother.
I'll go last.
Wait, you don't have any more amendments on 1213?
I have one more.
You need to give it to him.
Robert has to go first. The big one.
7, 10, and then that.
Did you say the code rules are last?
Well, one sec. Are you ready? You guys ready? All right. The committee will come to order and the coat rule is relaxed for everyone in the chamber. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill, or Mr. Majority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1291 until Thursday, May the 1st.
Motion is to lay over House Bill 1291 to Thursday, May the 1st. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That bill will still lay over until Thursday. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1327 until tomorrow, April 30th.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1327 until tomorrow, April 30th. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill will lay over to tomorrow. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1213?
House Bill 1213 by Representatives Ferre and Weinberg and Senators Doherty and Ball concerning changes to the medical assistance program.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 251213 and the accompanying Health and Human Services Committee report.
To the committee report. Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In committee, we made two very small changes, one to fix a typo and one to change some dates to update the statute that we were updating through this bill.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L007?
Amendment L007.
Senator Doherty.
I move Amendment L007 to House Bill 1213.
To the amendment.
Since 2010, the hospital provider fee, also known as the Chase fee program, has ensured Medicaid coverage for hundreds of thousands of Coloradans by drawing down billions of federal funds. Given changes to the federal program in the last few years, Colorado has the opportunity to maximize Medicaid by drawing down at least $150 million additional dollars each year to support Medicaid patients in hospitals. As such, we're offering an amendment here to provide HCBUF with the statutory authority they need to move this critically important work forward, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L007? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L007. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L10?
Amendment L10, amend
Senator
Ringross Bill.
Doherty.
I move Amendment L10 to House Bill 1213.
All right, to the amendment.
We are just striking with fewer than 19 beds, so that provision is no longer remains in the bill. And we ask for an aye vote.
Any more discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L10. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L009?
Amendment L009, amend Ringross Bill, page 2,
Senator
after line
Ball.
1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment L009 makes a technical fix for folks who qualify for the program created in Senate Bill 2215, who now qualify for Medicaid, and I ask for an aye vote.
Could I just get a motion on the amendment?
You may, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L009 to House Bill 1213.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L009. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. To the bill. Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Encourage an aye vote. This is a bipartisan bill aimed at making some small changes to Medicaid to help primarily smaller providers.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1213. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1097?
House Bill 1097 by Representatives Gilchrist and Frola, Senators Michelson, Janay, and Doherty, concerning measures to support children in out-of-home placements and family-based settings through the creation of placement transition plans.
Senator Michelson Janay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1097
And the,
and the Health and Human Services Committee report.
thank you. To the committee report.
In the committee, we made a number of changes, technical amendments.
Seeing any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. We are to the bill. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L17?
Amendment L17, amend Ringross Bill, page 4, strike lines 5 through 12, and substitute. 2, when a county department child welfare caseworker develops the individualized placement transition plan, the county department child welfare caseworker must solicit the input of the
Senator
parties.
Michelson Janay. Senator Doherty. This is L17.
Thank you. I move amendment.
Senator Michelson Janay.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L17 to House Bill 1097.
All right. Any discussion? Senator Doherty.
We are, at the county's request, we are removing the mandatory requirement that a meeting be done. However, we are stating that the caseworkers must still receive the input of the parties to the case, but a mandatory meeting does not need to happen, and I urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L17. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. Further discussion, Senator Kirkmeyer. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L15?
Amendment L15, amend
Senator
Ringross.
Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L015.
That is a proper motion to the amendment. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is an amendment that requires that at least 48 hours before the child is moved to a new placement, that they get notified, that a notice is given to both the child, the current provider, and the future provider. I've run this by the sponsors. I believe they're favorable of it. I think this would be a great change. This is the problem that we've talked about in committee, that I've known about for a very long time, but we need to make sure that children, especially children, get notified before we move placement, especially these foster kids, and ask for an aye vote.
Senator Doherty.
And yes, we agree with this amendment and also ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
All right. Any more discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L15. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L15 is adopted. To the bill, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L14?
Amendment L14, amend the Health and Human Services
Senator
Committee
Kirkmeyer.
report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L014.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is an amendment that is at the county's request. I did give it to the sponsors prior to today's meeting or today's hearing, and all this does is it's just a bit confusing because their emergency placement is already taken care of in the bill, and it just removes establishing an alternate timeline. Would ask for an aye vote.
Senator Doherty.
Yes, we also agree with this and would urge an aye vote. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Senator, on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L14. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we had quite a bit of discussion on this Bill 1097 in the Health and Human Services Steering Committee, and I was a no vote in committee, mostly because I wanted the 48 hours notice, and I did check with everybody. So I'm just going to say now, I am a yes vote on this bill, It's an extremely important bill for foster kids to make sure that they're getting noticed in proper time, that there are plans put in place before we move them to a different placement, which is extremely important for them, but also for the providers and even for parents, so that they know what's going on with their child and with this child. So I appreciate both of the prime sponsors, the bill sponsors. I'll have to look and see where you're all from. For the good senator from Arvada and the good senator from Commerce City. Am I close? And I just want to say thank you for accepting the amendments, and thank you for working for children in our state. It's extremely important to me. I've been working for these children that are in child welfare services for over 30 years. I know it's important to both of you, so thank you very much for accepting the amendments. Vote aye on the bill.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 10, Senatorial 5. Okay, we're back. There is one more amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L18?
Amendment L18, amend Ring-Gross Bill,
Senator
page 3.
Doherty.
I move Amendment L18 to House Bill 1097.
All right, any discussion?
This was an amendment to clarify clarifications for the counties on the timing in the bill, and we'd ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L18. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. Any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1097. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1097 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1300?
House Bill 1300 by Representatives Wilford and Senator Kipp concerning claimants' access to medical care and workers' compensation claims, and in connection therewith requiring an employer or the employer's insurer to use the Division of Workers' Compensation's utilization standards and changing the mechanism by which a claimant can choose a treating physician.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you. I move HB 1300 and the Business Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you. The Business Committee report, we put in 2 changes. One of them was to make sure that the 120-day clock starts running no matter what, because that was expressed to us as a concern. And also to make sure that for people in rural communities or for other good cause, that they have additional options. So I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Kipp.
Thank you. So we are bringing this bill on the behalf of the 30,000 Coloradans who are injured on the job every year. And we feel that they clearly deserve access to timely and quality medical care for their workplace injuries. Basically, what this bill does is it allows people to pick their own doctor. And it can't just be any doctor. The Department of Workmen's Compensation has a list of about 1,200 doctors which are qualified as level 1 and level 2 doctors that can be used for workmen's compensation. But we feel it's important that people be able to make their own decisions and not only have a list of 4 doctors as they do now that they can choose from. I do want to just point out some major elements of the bill or of the policy overall, is that I know there's a lot of concern on the other side that people will go to the most expensive doctors, but I want to make sure that people understand that not only do you have to pick one of the doctors that are on the list and within the particular mileage requirements, but you also have to make sure the doctors all follow the same fee schedule and medical practice schedule. So you can't just, the same medical standards will apply and the same fees will apply. So all you're talking about really is a difference in who is providing the care. And I think most of us, if we were given our choice, would prefer to be able to choose a doctor that we like. So with that, I'm sure we're going to have some discussion here, and I would ask for an aye vote on the bill.
Further discussion, Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, we heard this bill last Thursday in the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee, and boy, there was a lot of testimony. Virtually, most all of it was against the bill. You know, I can appreciate, we can all appreciate that we want to have choice, you know, of our doctors. But right now, under the current system, which works very, very well, quite frankly, workers' satisfaction, all kinds of surveys are done. Do you like what's happening with the workman's compensation program? And it comes in at 90% plus, almost universally, when they poll their employees of a city or county, whatever, which I'll get into here in a minute. But the way it works right now is like the city of Colorado Springs, which I represent, is that if somebody is injured, number one is they have a clinic right there, available immediately. So if it's a minor injury, the clinic can take care of it just like that, because it's in everybody's best interest that if an employee is injured, that number one, that they can get back to work, because the employee wants to get back to work, and if they can take care of a minor injury right there. Whereas if they have to go see, and also like the cities and the counties, they have an approved list of level 1 and level 2 doctors. These are approved that they know and they understand the workman's compensation format and the protocol. And so if the good senator from Monument is an employee of the city of Colorado Springs, if he gets injured, they will say, well, Citizen Lundeen, you go, and here is a list of approved doctors that we know, that understand the process, they know how it works, they're efficient, they will take care of you right away. And the good citizen will have a small finite list of approved physicians or dentists or chiropractors, depending on level 1, level 2, and he'll say, well, gosh, I like this doctor, and by the way, the doctor is in close proximity. The doctor might be 5 miles away, and so he will go see the doctor who is approved, who has worked very closely with the workman's compensation protocol with the city of Colorado Springs or whatever municipality it may be. What this bill does, and he'll get taken care of right away, what this bill does is it opens it up to all of the physicians. Now you say, well, I like choice, but the good citizen, he's looking at a list. Number one, if you can find it, you have to go to the Workers' Compensate website, and you got to delve down into it, and you'll get a list of over 1,000 doctors. Well, immediately what will happen is the employee's eyeballs will roll back into his head. He will have no idea of what doctor to see, and that will make it very inefficient, and he'll end up choosing a doctor that might be 20, 30, or 50 miles away. So it's just going to delay the process. So I mentioned here in Colorado Springs, a letter was sent to a number of us from the risk manager of the city of Colorado Springs, Ryan Talmadge, who has been the risk manager for years. He knows and understands what is going on. Right now, just to give you some accurate statistics, the city of Colorado Springs last year had 442 employee injuries, and under the current system, they took care of those employees because, like I say, the city of Colorado Springs has a clinic right there available within the city that they can send their employees to right away to get treated. And if they're not treated, then they can refer them on to a doctor. the premiums for the city of Colorado Springs, under the current system for this year will be about $8.5 million plus a premium of $1.3 million, excuse me, totaling about $9.8 million. What will happen, thank you, what will happen to the city of Colorado Springs, this is just our city, is that the costs, if House Bill 1300 is passed, the costs will explode to almost 13 million. So they'll go from 9.8 million to almost 13 million. That's an increase of what I do it in my head of about around 30%. And every city and county and municipality is going to be impacted in a negative way if House Bill 1300 passes. Let me repeat that. Virtually every single city of all of the people in this body, all of your cities, your counties, and your municipalities, you will see dramatic increases in your premiums if 1300 is passed. Let me just read you, Mr. Chair, let me read you just a partial list. This is a partial list. Excuse me, just a partial list of the organizations that are opposed to 1300. I'm not going to read every one, but I'm going to read a significant number. Adams 12 five-star schools, that's Adams County. So for the good senators who represent Adams County, Adams 12 five-star schools are opposed to 1300. Then you've got the Arvada Chamber of Commerce. For the good senator who represents Arvada, that would be your Chamber of Commerce, is opposed to 1300. Arapahoe County, the senators who represent Arapahoe County, your county is opposed. You've got Boulder County. Boulder County, I know there's at least two and a half senators that represent Boulder County. Boulder County came in and they made no bones about it. They are strongly opposed to House Bill 1300. You've got the Building Jobs for Colorado Coalition is opposed to this. Club 20, which are the 20 western counties, I believe, the 20 western counties in the state of Colorado, they are opposed. The Colorado Competitive Council, known as C3, they are strongly opposed. The Colorado Contractors Association, they are strongly opposed to House Bill 1300. The Colorado Motor Carriers Association, the people who are in the trucking industry and the transportation industry, they testified very strongly that their premiums will skyrocket if 1300 is passed. The Colorado Municipal League, which represents virtually every municipality in the state of Colorado and virtually every county, they testified they are strongly opposed to 1300. The Colorado Springs Chamber and Economic Development Council of Colorado Springs, they are strongly opposed. The good senator from Wheat Ridge, your city is opposed to 1300. Let me repeat. The good senator from Wheat Ridge, who is apparently not here, but your city is opposed. Douglas County Schools, the Douglas County Municipal Alliance, the Grand Junction Area Chamber, the Grand Junction is opposed to this. Hispanic Contractors of Colorado, they are strongly opposed. They are on record. Hispanic Chamber of Colorado, they are opposed to 1300. The Longmont Chamber of Commerce, the good senator from Longmont, your chamber is opposed to 1300. the National Utility Contractors Association of Colorado. Virtually everybody who works on utilities, municipal utilities, electric utilities, they are strongly opposed to 1,300. The NFIB of Colorado, the National Federation of Independent Businesses, all of the small businesses, the NFIB, they are opposed to 1,300. The good senator from Pueblo, Senator Henriksen, your Pueblo Chamber of Commerce, they are opposed to 1,300. Just so you know that. The South Metro Denver Chamber, who represents the good senator who represents the southern part of Denver Metro, they are opposed. The Special District Association, they came in and testified, all of the special districts, it's going to make their premiums skyrocket if 1,300 is passed. So members, oh, and last but not least, before I forget, is the director of the Department of Labor and Employment who heads up the workers' compensation, Mr. Paul Tarillo. He came and he testified strongly against the bill. And he didn't do that idly. He made good common sense arguments. And by the way, he had to get approval from somebody even higher up for him to come and testify against the bill. So I'll let that sink in for a bit. Somebody who is his boss said, you need to go testify against this bill. And he did, and he made very good points. So members, there was very strong, and what I read you is just the tip of the iceberg. I could read you double what I just read to you, and I think somewhere else, I'll have to check my notes, there are other cities, City of Westminster is against the bill. I don't think I read them off. So members, we can all appreciate that that an injured worker wants to get help as quickly as possible. The current system does work. The satisfaction rate, because they do these satisfaction surveys, is upwards of anywhere from 92 to 95%. That's astronomically high. The municipalities and that contribute to Pinnacle and others, they're trying to do the right things. They want to get their workers back on the job. The workers want to get back on the job. And all 1,300 will do will delay their treatment, make it less efficient, make it more costly. So with that, members, I strongly encourage, from somebody who paid attention, I was in the hearing for the better part of 3 hours. I listened to every single witness, which is more than what some members did. Some members didn't even listen, unfortunately.
Senator, listen, let's
refrain
refrain from making assumptions.
So I strongly encourage a no vote on 1,300. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, as you heard just from the good senator of Colorado Springs, this is a bill that seems to be brought because nothing's wrong. So if nothing's wrong, we ought to do something to it. The witnesses that came to this committee hearing were probably 4 or more to 1 that this program is working, literally working to the benefit of the employee and of the employers. I don't know how many of you here in this, in this room are employers, but if you are, you know the workers' comp system is working. It's working to the point that after the research was done, there's only been 0.5% of the people that are being treated for worker comp industries that have wanted to change doctors. That says this is working. People are getting back to work. People are being given light duty work so they can continue to make the wage that they find they need for their families. Because if they're not working, they get something less than, more like 2/3 of what their wages are, but that's now paid every 2 weeks, where a lot of construction jobs are paid weekly. Being given the opportunity to have light duty keeps these people on the payroll while they're healing. I mean, that's really what we're trying to do in the state of Colorado, is to recognize the fact that an employee's been injured, get them care and treatment as quickly as we can, and then get them back on the working roll. People want and need to be working. They don't want to collect comp wages, and I know that for a fact. I ran a company on the Western Slope, the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users, and we had workers' comp because it's required. When a man was injured, he came to the office, said, "I've been injured." We gave them a list of doctors they could pick, or if we needed to, we would take them directly to the doctor that was on our list and have them get care immediately, depending on the severity of their injuries. But one of the things we talked about in the committee hearing is there are level 1 and level 2 doctors. A level 1 doctor can treat you for things that's not going to be potentially life-altering. A level 2 doctor is one that can diagnose a lifetime injury. Now, we're going to give people the opportunity to click on the internet and look up doctors out of a list of 1,200 to determine what doctor they want to go to. Think about that. You go into the office, and the office hands you the email or the internet address, said check them out, see which ones you want. I don't think that really works to the benefit of the employee. I understand choice. You know, I'm in the Republican Party, which is about choice. But sometimes being able to walk into the employer and say, "I've been injured," they say, "Here's the people that we are contracted with, and you get to go to one of those and you get treatment right away." That doesn't mean you have to stay with that doctor all the way through. If you decide, "I don't get along with this doctor, he doesn't talk my language, he and I don't jive," then you can change by simply requesting the change. Nobody is forcing employees to stay with whoever they went to see the first time. This bill seems to be brought from people that think choice is all that matters. The point is, the employer carries the insurance for their benefit. It's a benefit that we offer as employers. That benefit is there when things get tough. Of course, when you're in good health and you want to pick a doctor, sure, we go pick a doctor. I've done that a number of times. In fact, I've picked doctors that they've passed away. So I went and got me a young doctor because I want to outlive him. I don't want him I want him to outlive me. I don't like having to go to a doctor's funeral, believe me. But the point is that in our day-to-day life, those kind of decisions are just given. But when we're injured, and the company that you work for, or the people that you work for, has taken the time and set things up, and they know these doctors are good about compensation injuries. They know how to fill out the forms, they know how to bill it, those kind of things. And the bill comes directly to the employer. When you pick the doctor without notification to the employer, the bill comes to you. And then all of a sudden, the compensation insurance is out of the loop. So there's a bookkeeping problem. That bookkeeping problem may stress you to the point that it could be a great big bill and you're not ready to pay it, you don't have insurance. But if we go through the employer, the way the system is set up today, you're covered. You will get the care and the treatment that you need and want. So to take a system and completely take all the wheels off of it and then rebuild it into something that someone else might think is better doesn't seem to make sense to me. because we've got a system that's currently working great. The dissatisfaction of the workers' comp has been very small. Very small. I think there were 2 witnesses that claimed, and maybe truthfully, that they had not been treated right, or they didn't get the right treatment, the right care, or they didn't get along, those kind of things. People are people, that'll happen. But the system that we are looking at changing today is currently working for all those that are involved. The employers are working, it works. Their employees get the help. The employees, it's working for them because they get the treatment quickly. And all the bills go to the employer. There's no problem with anybody else getting billed for services that were rendered outside of the system. I'm not sure where the demand for this change came from, because that was not real visible during the testimony in this bill. There was not a lot of fervor about this is not working. It's just this would be better. Well, we don't have any tests to see if this would be better. I'm in favor of saying, look, if this needs some changes or if it needs some tweaking, let's leave the system in place. The same people who have been concerned about this engage in what they think needs to be done. But from the top of the bill to the bottom of the bill, take the system that we're working with today and change it. Take it out. We're going to rebuild it. Cities, counties, big employers, small employers, the people that are the ones giving us the jobs in the state of Colorado are saying this system works. My employees are happy. Things are clicking along. We're doing well. We've set this program up, and it's been in place. I can't tell you exactly how long, but I know it's been in place for 15 years because that's when I was paying the bills. But the point that I'm trying to make is sometimes just diving off the edge of the cliff and saying, I want to change this, without checking how deep the water is that you're going to land in, could cause a problem for people you didn't think you were going to cause a problem for. There are people out there that depend on their employer to make workers' comp work right. And employers are depending on the providers and the insurance company to make sure that this benefit works right. And it has been. The urge to change seems to come from people that may not be the ones that are out there working. And I think we should be listening more to the people who are supplying the benefit and those that are receiving the benefit to make decisions for the state of Colorado. In rural Colorado, I know this is working. In urban Colorado, you've got a lot more choices. Maybe that's what this is all about. But there's never been one of my employees or employees in my community that did not get workers' comp care and timely, without having to make a lot of judgment decisions, being able to say, okay, I need to go to the doctor. They go to the doctor, we start the treatment, and they start getting well. This is important. This is important to the workforce in Colorado. The economy is starting to come back. People are starting to go back to work. Let's make sure that the systems that we've got today continue to work the way they have in the past. This is one of those situations where change for change's sake is probably going to be way more expensive and is going to cost a lot more heartache and a lot more headache than what may have been looked into in the recent past. Members, if you don't believe me, call some of the employers in your district and ask them how the workers' comp program is working in their company, in their competitor's company. You know, we would not have testimony from a vast number of chambers of commerce all over the state of Colorado. In my district, your district, the state of Colorado, would not come and say, this is working. We don't need to change it. So members, This is a bill where you really ought to take a good hard look, do some background looking in your own districts, and see what the consensus is from the employers, from the chambers of commerce, from the doctors. Is the workers' comp benefit program working? I think you will find that it's working well. In fact, it's working so well that they don't want to change it. Members, I recommend a no vote on 1300.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I have some more data, members, that I think will be of interest to everybody. Last year, in 2024, Pinnacle, which is the major workman's compensation, they processed roughly 35,000 claims by injured workers. That's quite a few, 35,000. But less than 1/2 of 1%, 1/2 of 1% of those injured workers asked for a change of physician. So roughly about 165 throughout the entire state, less than 1/2 of 1% wanted a change of physician. You know, members, I talked about it a while ago, is if somebody gives you a list of several hundred physicians long, you're not going to know what to do if you're a worker. You just want to be taken care of. Whereas if the employer, whether it's the municipality or the business, says, look, here's 4 level 1, level 2 medical providers that know the system. We've worked with them year after year after year. They are trained in the process. They want to get you back to the job as soon as possible and take care of your injury, that we can recommend 4 to you. You pick one, and if you don't like that particular doctor, like my good colleague from Montrose, good senator from Montrose said, if that's not working out after 2 weeks or a month, whatever, you can change again. But at least you know that of those 4 level 2 physicians or whatever, that they have been screened, they've worked with your employer year after year after year. Something else that has not been mentioned is in 1300 right now is that the employer gets a 2.5% premium credit under the current law. If this bill is passed, that 2.5% premium credit will go away. Well, you say, well, 2.5%, that's no big deal. Well, I looked into what the city of Colorado Springs paid. Last year I mentioned, or this year, it's going to be about $8.5 million. So that premium credit, that 2.5%, is $212,000. Well, that's money that they can save that goes back to keep costs down. And that credit for all of the municipalities will go away. I also had a chance, I found my notes, that you'll find this interesting. I read you off a partial list of the employers and municipalities who are strongly against. Well, like I said, the city of Colorado Springs, my city, is against it. That would be also the same area that my good colleague, the senator from Manitou in Colorado Springs, Senator Snyder, and my good colleague from Colorado Springs, Senator Exum, our city is against this. So I just remind you, because you were not at the hearing, but they are against it, just so you know that. The good senator from Thornton, he was here just a minute ago, Senator Mullica, wherever he is or was, your city is against this bill also. The good senator from Westminster, Senator Winter, your city is against it. And I'm sorry, I kind of apologize to the good senator from Fort Collins. Your city is also against this bill. So just so you know that, amongst the many other, most of the cities are against it. So the sponsor of the bill, her own city, is against this bill, in case you didn't know that. But
Senator, listen, I'm giving you a lot of leeway here. I think you're edging up on.
No, I'm just stating the fact.
Can we focus to the content of the bill, please?
Okay, I understand, so, but the point is, virtually all of the cities, including the sponsor's own city, is against the bill. I just thought I would share that with you. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the robust discussion we've had on this bill already. I appreciate what I expect to be the robust discussion that we are going to have yet to come on this bill. I come from a place where I spent a few years as the operational manager responsible for, I was tasked to be the liaison for workman's comp's claim between our HR person who handled the workman's comp claim and also our workman's comp case manager at Pinnacle. So I have seeped myself in this in a prior life. I have also come to this from a spot of having spoken to certainly the Chamber of Commerce, certainly the officials in the city in my district, but also from the unions in my district and other workers who have had to deal with going through the workman's comp process, who've just come to me on their own accord, and we've had some conversations around what is working and what isn't working in general with the workman's comp system in Colorado. But I just wanted to put a flag because I've started to see on this bill and then more broadly of this sort of discussion point of what what is or is not supported from around the state. And I think that each and every one of the 35 duly elected members of this body are quite capable of having conversations with stakeholders within their own district and being able to navigate what works best for them. And so I would hope that we would keep that in mind going forward. Thank you.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to get up and say a few words about this based on my own experience working for local government. As you know, I worked for Douglas County for many, many years, 25 to be exact. And I also want to come at this from the perspective of local government and costs of doing business as a local government. I've been very involved with the property tax conversation over the last few years in this building. And one of the things that we kept hearing as we had conversations with taxing entities, whether it was the fire protection districts or water and sanitation districts or counties, some municipalities, one of the things that kept coming up was how the cost of providing services has increased dramatically year after year after year. And sometimes it's raw materials and being able to purchase raw materials, road base, asphalt. The cost of those materials have gone up. Salaries have gone up. They've had to increase salaries in order to keep pace with the private sector. I know that as assessor, we looked at salary increases just so we could retain good staff. And that was always a challenging conversation with county administration. The bottom line is when we increase the costs for local government to provide services, that cost gets passed along to taxpayers. And so, once again, a decision that we're making here in this building, in the state capitol, has this widespread ripple effect throughout the entire state. And we've talked about this time and time and time again, is the citizens of Colorado are tired of their cost of living going up. They don't like it. They don't want us to make idle decisions up here. They want us to make impactful decisions that will make their lives more affordable. That's not what's happening in this bill. It's quite the opposite. I had about 55 employees. And because they were working out in the field, they would have occasion to slip and fall and have to go see the workman's comp physician. There were a couple of different locations provided to them, and that created some certainty for them. They just knew that that's where they would go. I would also point out that when I first started working for Douglas County, our HR department was, I don't know, maybe 3 people. When I left, it was more like 10 or 12, one of which, who worked in county admin, was a risk manager. Again, we had to hire somebody who really coordinated this workman's comps claims. I'm pretty sure she made pretty good money. But, you know, that, again, that salary adds to the cost of providing services to the people. And it's not something that they get any benefit of. They don't benefit from that. So my question is, why in the world, why would we knowingly increase the cost of providing services, passing that along to the citizens of, and the good senator from Colorado Springs named off a very, very long list of municipalities, counties, and other organizations that oppose this bill for this very reason. So I ask for you to understand that providing this choice is not necessarily something that employees want. I can tell you again that my employees, they liked knowing that if you hurt yourself, this is where you go. And you have a choice in location, whatever's closest to your home or closest to the county building. They had some certainty of where they could go to get checked out, barring a big emergency, in which case they just go to the emergency room, right? But having to peruse a list of 1,200 doctors or whatever it is, that is, I don't see the real benefit. And again, let's be very, very, very aware and concerned about unintended consequences when it comes to legislation. I ask for your no vote. Thank you.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise in opposition to House Bill 25-1300. As the good senator from Colorado Springs was listing off several municipalities and various people that oppose this bill, I also have a letter from the Fruita Chamber of Commerce in my district who adamantly opposes this bill. And earlier today, I was on a Zoom call with members of the Grand Junction Chamber. And of course, they reminded me that they oppose this bill as well. And if you don't know, Grand Junction Chamber represents over 800 businesses. And some of the concerns are that House Bill 1300 encourages injured workers to navigate a vast state directory with complex designations and required forms, which, coupled with the stress of an injury, will delay necessary medical treatments for injured employees. Many Level 1 and Level 2 medical providers in the state directory are not qualified or experienced to be the nexus of primary care, referrals, and coordination of return-to-work programs. Simply, the state's directory was not created for the purpose sought in this bill, nor could it in any way compare to the thoughtful resources that employees provide to support their employees today. Also, this bill drastically extends the timeline on physician changes and encourages multiple changes. A change of physician beyond 3 months of injury creates uncertainty around the injured worker's medical care and can lead to duplicative or even conflicting treatments. It also can prolong the time to return to achieve the worker's desire to get back to work and earn a wage. House Bill 25-1300 in its current form will trigger a 2.5% increase in workers' comp premiums due to the employer's inability to designate physicians. Additionally, delays in care, the use of non-network physicians, the potential for excessive physician changes and/or duplicative conflicting care will drive up medical costs over time, which accounts for the majority of costs in the workers' comp system. Like so many of my colleagues who have spoken before me, I'm not sure why we're doing this when the majority of the state opposes it. So with that, I ask for a no vote on House Bill 1300.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to respond to some of the concerns around the cost. So data indicates that there is no increase in cost where workers select the provider. In fact, many studies show the cost of litigation decreases with worker choice. Doctors are still required to use the workers' compensation fee schedule, which is established by the Department of Workers' Compensation and apply to the same medical standards. I also want to note that there was a study from 2017 titled "The Effects of Provider Choice Policies on Workers' Compensation Costs" that show that there is no difference in average medical costs by provider choice policies. Delay and denial of care costs a lot more money in the long run by prolonging injuries and the time in the system. 12 states, including, red states, blue states, but let's say including Texas, Wyoming, Louisiana, and Mississippi, allow workers to choose their own doctors for workman's comp without restriction. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understands that, yes, I understand that there's employees and employers might have different opinions on this, but I really don't see how you're blowing up the costs when the fee schedules and the same standards of medical care are going to be in place. Thank you.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, I'm not going to get up here again, believe it or not, and recite any other organizations, but I do want to try and, kind of refine Senate Bill 1300. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I do have an amendment in mind.
All right, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L21?
Amendment L21, amend Greengross Bill, page 10,
Senator
line
Liston.
18.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move Amendment L021 to House Bill 1300.
All right, any discussion?
Very good. Well, remember what this, Mr. Chairman, and members, what this amendment does is really just kind of fine-tune things from, instead of talking about business days, we want to talk about calendar days. So it's really kind of a technical amendment. It's meant to be a friendly amendment to House Bill 1300. So I'll show it to you. It's only like 4 sentences long. And so it is a friendly amendment, I believe. Like I say, it just refines, changes things from business days to calendar days. I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L021.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment actually does reflect a request that we heard from the Department of Workmen's Compensation during the hearing, and I would ask for an aye vote. Please accept it. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L021. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, members, for listening in. I do have a new suggestion for improving the bill.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L23?
Amendment L23, amend re-engross bill, page 8,
Senator
strike
Baisley.
line 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Amendment L023 to House Bill 1300.
All right, to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, what this amendment reverses some of the matters that are advanced in the bill itself. It restores the requirement that an employer provide a list of health care providers from which an injured worker may select to attend to an injury. And it restores the related provisions with respect to geographic location of providers and requirements when the employer is a health care provider that could treat the injury in-house. There are some of those, of course. So rather than requiring that an employer or insurer notify the injured employee of the right to designate a treating physician from a list of levels 1 and 2 accredited physicians, that would be maintained by the CDLE, Colorado Department of Labor and Employment. This amendment makes it permissive and reduces the number of physicians that an employer must provide from 4 providers to 3 providers. Employers would be encouraged to select from these providers while still retaining the option to access the broader state-maintained list if that is desired. So by enhancing that choice, workers can select physicians they trust, potentially leading to better health outcomes, but this amendment supports the taxpayer by reducing the chances of unnecessary medical interventions and prolonged recovery times. So I urge a yes vote on L023.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you very much, and I do appreciate my good colleague from Woodland Park bringing this amendment, and I appreciate the intent. However, this bill basically, this language takes us back to where we were, and happy to, people can already send a list of recommendations, right? You can say, hey, here's the list that you can choose from, but also in addition to that, we've worked with these people and we think that they're great. And then you can take them up on that or not. But the whole idea here is to make sure that people have a choice of the people who are within the mileage limits on the already approved list. So I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the amendment by my colleague from Woodland Park. I think this amendment, just in general, I've worked with the workers' comp system, in the legal area. I think it works pretty well. I don't see the need for a lot of change, and I think what this amendment would do is at least restore some choices that are built into the system. By enhancing choice, workers can select physicians they trust, potentially leading to better health outcomes. Seems like we want to give folks, both cooperatively, employers, employees, a lot of choice in the system. And the amendment by the senator from Woodland Park supports taxpayers by reducing the chances of unnecessary medical interventions or prolonged recovery times, ultimately lowering costs associated with claims. Improved health outcomes can lead to quicker return to work times for injured employees, further benefiting taxpayers through reduced expenses. So I think the amendments offered in good faith to preserve some of the good components that we have in the current system. I believe it was the senator from Alamosa who commented, and I want to associate my views with his, that, you know, why, if the system isn't broke, why are we putting so much effort into fixing it? This seems like a great example of legislation that's designed to fix a system that isn't broken. And so this amendment seems to be a very good addition. Preserve the choice, restore the requirement that an employer provide a list of health care providers from which an injured worker may select to attend to an injury, and restore the related provisions with respect to geographic location of providers. And also add that employees, while they're encouraged to select from these providers, will still retain the option to access the broader state-maintained list if desired. So it preserves the ultimate choice here for the employees involved. And you know, if they don't like the list that the employer is giving them, they've still got the option to look elsewhere. So I think it's an excellent amendment, and L023, urge support for that.
Further discussion on the amendment? Senator Lundin. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L023. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Further discussion on the bill? Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment here. Hang on just a second.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read? L019.
Amendment L019, amend re-engross bill, page 6, line 4.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L019 to House Bill 2513.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment requires the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment to give an update on the changes made to the state utilization standards for physician authorization requests during the annual SMART Act hearing. It can help ensure that utilization standards remain fair and transparent, preventing bureaucratic overreach. It also provides a check on government agency practices, ensuring that decisions are based on actual health care needs and not solely on regulatory requirements. This is common sense. This is a bill, or this is an amendment that if the bill passes, these things still have to be done in order to prove that the system is working. I think it's an easy one to say yes. These are the kind of things that if we're going to make massive changes, let's be able to monitor what those changes accomplished, if they did, and be able to make decisions after that information is presented at the SMART Act hearing. We do a lot of things in the SMART Acts that help. So this is one of those that I think would be, this will help find out, is the system working as well as it did work? And if not, we can continue to work on it. I'd ask for a yes vote on Amendment L19.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L19. Workers' comp is a state program. I think it's only appropriate that the state legislature has some oversight over the changes and are able to track and monitor these changes, either good or bad, and be able to make change as it needs to come about. So I rise in full support of 019.
Further discussion on the amendment? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to support this amendment by my colleague from Montrose. And this amendment's about accountability. So if we're going to make all these changes, which I think are unnecessary, we're changing a system that isn't broken. But if we're going to do it, let's build in some accountability here. And this amendment would simply require that the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment give an update on the changes made to the state utilization standards for physician authorization requests during the annual SMART Act hearing. So, this amendment can help ensure that the utilization standards remain fair and transparent, and it prevents bureaucratic overreach. So we keep changing, adding additional provisions to the workers' comp system. Let's make sure we build in some accountability, some measurements. A lot of this information came out during the SMART Act hearing, and the purpose of those hearings, of course, is to give us an update on how the different programs in the state government are operating and working. And so we should follow up on that, make sure we have some accountability here. So I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment L019 and urge an aye vote.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you. We have no objection to L019. It seems like keeping the legislature informed of utilization standards for physician authorization requests is a fair thing to do. I would ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L019. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that one is adopted. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you
There
will
is an
say
amendment at the
soon,
desk. Will the clerk
that's
please
what I
read
was gonna say.
L022?
Amendment L022, amend
Senator
Greengross Bill.
Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L022 to 1300.
All right, to the amendment.
This is about the legislative declaration, so not material law, but still it kind of helps everybody understand what's going on. There's some important elements of this. I will, in my comments when we get to the bill, express why I think the bill is misguided and should be defeated as opposed to advanced. But as the bill advances, should it advance, and with the legislative declaration as it advances, we have an incredibly complicated, newly complicated, unnecessarily complicated process created by 1300. The legislative declaration, what we're offering here, simply says, among other things, one really important and simple thing. This act is not intended to interfere with a healthy working relationship between an employer and employee, and should not be interpreted to disallow or discourage an employer from assisting an injured worker that needs help in navigating a claim. Well, duh, is kind of what everyone would say. However, it's really important we write it down because the bill is so complicated it's not obvious that that's the case. And so we have to call out, we pick up with a set of tongs and say, 1300 notwithstanding complications it creates forgiven, the reality is, in fact, an employer can, as they generally always do, still help an employee navigate through a claim. So I'm grateful for the language clarifying, not so grateful about the policy behind it in 1300, but I think it is really important that we call this out. I urge your support of Amendment L22.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you. I think it is important to make sure that we are very clear on our legislative intent, and I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L022. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L022 is adopted. Further discussion on the bill. Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm not going to have to cow that one after all. Thank you. I appreciate the bill sponsors' willingness to give that additional clarity to the bill. 1300 is yet another one of those bills where my primary argument is going to be, don't do it. It's going to make life in Colorado more expensive. Well, how does it do that? Well, it does it by changing and expanding the number of claims that are going to get filed. Well, what happens when you say to the insurance companies, pay more bills? Everything gets accounted for. There is, in economics, an array of lessons that you learn by observing and studying economics. But the first lesson that everyone always learns in economics, which is what undergirds everything that we do, economics is the science of understanding why it's so doggone expensive in Colorado. The first rule of economics is labeled simply TANSTAFL. There ain't no such thing as a free lunch. Now comes House Bill 13, and it says, well, you know what, everybody for catastrophic and meaningful, important injury claims and for hangnails should be able to file a claim. There should be no questioning. There should be no real checks or balances. An individual may say, I'm filing a claim, and that's prima facie evidence that the claim must go forward. And oh, by the way, I want to use a different doctor than the doctor who generally serves people who have this particular injury. And that's going to, one, create more claims, drive up expenses. Two, create more complexity in managing the claims, now managing a different array of providers, which will also drive up expenses. And so the reality is, there is no free lunch, as 1300 would say, hey, look, it's no big deal. We just want to make this easier. We acknowledge there's going to be more claims. That's part of the deal, but that's good that there's more claims. And my response is, that's going to cost something. And what it's going to cost is going to ripple across every element of Colorado, because all the productive elements of Colorado are tied to the wonderful, beautiful, harmonious people of Colorado who work and provide and build and dream and construct. And their ability to be paid doing that is critically important to them and will be more expensive to their employers because the insurance necessary to hire an employee will go up by virtue of the costs of 1300 and the inexorable, inevitable increases in the costs of what it costs to employ an individual and the work comp associated with employing that individual. So that's part of what's going to drive it up for everybody in Colorado. But here's the other piece of the puzzle. The bill's being sold as a kind of a workers' rights. This is going to help all the workers. It's going to give them greater access. But I will tell you, the reality is it's going to have a restraining effect on wage increases. Net wage increases for employees will be restrained. People will not be able to get the raises they hope they could have gotten because an employer is confronted with this reality. An employee says, I need you to pay me 10. And the employer says, cool, we'll pay you 10, but what I need you to know as I pay you 10 is it really costs me 16 because in addition to the 10 I pay you, oh, don't forget, you don't get all of that 10. You've got FICA, FUTA, SUTA. FICA is going to come out of that, FUTA, SUTA or not. That all comes out of the employer's side. But the 10 that you want, you're really only going to get $865 or whatever because you're going to pay into Social Security. I hope you get it collected. You know, presumably it's going to be around. I hope it's going to be around. It might be around. It probably won't be around. But the reality is you want 10, you're going to get $865, and you cost me 16. But with this bill, Senate Bill 13, that employee doesn't cost the employer 16 anymore. That employee now costs the employer 17 or 18. And so what happens is the employer takes their service or their product to market, and the market says, you know, we're not willing to pay more for that service or that product. The employer has no choice but to say, well, we got to make it up somewhere because there's only so much money coming in the front door. And where they make it up is the next person that gets hired doesn't get hired at 10. They get hired at 9. Or the anticipated wage increase, everybody was looking forward to a small wage increase. It doesn't happen because the employer is now paying more in insurance, specifically workers' comp insurance premiums, and that money has to, that cost has to be made up somewhere. The marketplace only allows for so much price increases, and so it comes out of the employee's hide. Their wage does not expand as it naturally would because the bill's like $1,300. It has a restraining effect on future wage increases. Well, the other impact is the first impact I talked about. The employer is now confronted with this reality. Well, dang it, work comp's up, our costs are up, we need to ask more and increase the price of our service or our product that we're offering. And that's when the people of Colorado feel yet one more round of, gosh, it's so expensive living here. Why is it so expensive living in Colorado? The mountains are so beautiful, the air is so clear. It's so expensive because of things like House Bill 1300. That's why it's so expensive. Year after year, bill after bill, we pass things like this that have the inescapable effect of making life more expensive. So based on that primary argument, and you've heard me say this multiple times, I think the primary message I heard from my constituents, and quite frankly, your constituents around the state of Colorado, as we came into this session was, dadgummit. Sometimes they didn't use a nice little word like dadgummit. They used a much more aggressive word. Don't make my life more expensive. Please help make my life less expensive. House Bill 13 runs the opposite direction. It's going to make life more expensive for everyone. It's going to have a dampening or a slowing effect on wage increases for the people of Colorado. Bad policy, bad bill. Good intentions, vote no. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
More discussion on the bill. Senator Liston.
One more thing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And once again, I appreciate the good senator from Fort Collins, what she's trying to do. You know, I mean, we all want to take care of our employees, and especially for the employees if they get injured. And I'm sure, I know that's what the good senator from Fort Collins wants to do. But like my colleague, the good senator from Monument said, you know, there are unintended consequences. And that is what's going to happen if House Bill 1300 passes. It's going to be the law of unintended consequences. I spoke to the body a while ago and mentioned that I had heard from the risk manager from Colorado Springs, Ryan Talmadge, and he just sent me a note here just a little while ago. One of the unintended consequences, at least in Colorado Springs, it may not be true for every city, but in Colorado Springs, they have their own medical and occupational clinic. Certainly larger cities like Colorado Springs, maybe Aurora, Westminster, Denver, I don't know. Larger cities have their own clinics where that if if a worker gets injured, they can come in right away and take care of them. So what Mr. Talmadge has mentioned, he says here, and I'm quoting, if House Bill 1300 is passed, our clinics will close, resulting in the loss of 15 medical and occupation health positions. Since 1300 removes our ability to adjust claims, it is likely the city would release its adjusting staff, currently about 3.5 positions. Because 1300 imposes a duty on the city to track all changes, authorizations, and treatment, I anticipate the city would replace our experienced medical and adjusting staff with general staff, eliminating another 8 positions. So the very people that 1300, House Bill 1300 is meaning to help, it will inadvertently hurt, because cities like Colorado Springs, these clinics, which sounds like there's more than one, there's probably 2 or 3 interspersed around the city, they're going to close. We don't want that. We want our injured workers to be taken care of. So that's just another reason why a law of unintended consequences, 1300, will hurt the very people it's meant to help. So, Mr. Chairman and members, I respectfully urge a no vote on House Bill 1300. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1300. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1300 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1330 until tomorrow, April the 30th.
Motion is to lay over House Bill 1330 until tomorrow, April the 30th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. That bill will lay over. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 153 until Thursday, May the 8th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 153 until Thursday, May 8th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. That bill will lay over to May 8th. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar till tomorrow, April the 30th.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, April 30th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The balance of the calendar will lay over to tomorrow. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. Close, but the ayes still have it. We will rise and report.
Senate will come to order. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 29, 2025. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1213 as amended, House Bill 1097 as amended, House Bill 1300 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1327, House Bill 1330, House Bill 1013, laid over until April 30th, 2025 and retaining their place on the calendar. House Bill 1291, laid over until May 1st, 2025 and retaining its place on the calendar. Senate Bill 153, laid over until May 8th, 2025 and retaining its place on the calendar.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. There is a piece of paper that I'm supposed to read, and I will read that immediately.
Thanks.
House Bill 1213 is amended, 1097 is amended, 1300 is amended. Passed on second reading, order revised, place count of third reading and final passage. House Bill 1327, 1330, 1013. Laid over until 4/30/2025, retaining the place on the calendar. House Bill 1291. Laid over until 5/1/2025 and retaining its place on the calendar. Senate Bill 153. Laid over until 5/8/2025 and retaining its place on the calendar. Majority Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to take a Senate total of 5 so that, Mr. President, thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. President. We're going to take a Senate total of 5 so the special orders could be passed out.
We will take a Senate total of 5. That's right. It can't be me. We are back in the game. Special orders, second reading of the bills, consent calendar. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up special order second reading of bills consent calendar, which includes Senate Bill 281, Senate Bill 302, Senate Bill 308, Senate Bill 310, Senate Bill 311, Senate Bill 312, Senate Bill 317, House Bill 1082, House Bill 1215, House Bill 1275, House Bill 1299 at the hour of 12:16 p.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 12:16 p.m. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, the motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills on special orders considered the hour of 12:16 p.m. Special orders second reading of bills consent calendar. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders second reading of bills consent calendar, and Senator Roberts will take the chair, even though the minority leader voted no.
No coat off for him. Coat racks is ruled for everybody but the minority leader.
The committee will come to order, and the coat rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills on the special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
Senate Bill 281 by Senators Carson and Snyder concerning careless driving resulting in serious bodily injury. Senate Bill 302 by Senator Kipp and Representative Garcia and Zakai concerning extending the Achieving a Better Life Experience state income tax deduction. Senate Bill 308 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Taggart and Sirota concerning measures related to certain state medical assistance program, federal authorizations, and in connection therewith funding services from savings realized from state medical assistance program, federal authorizations, and making and reducing appropriations. Senate Bill 310 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning the implementation of Proposition 130. Senate Bill 311 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning the balances of inactive cash funds. Senate Bill 312 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Sirota concerning the use of money received from the federal coronavirus state fiscal recovery fund and in connection therewith transferring the unspent state money that refinanced the money received from the federal coronavirus state fiscal recovery fund, repealing the requirement for recruitment of healthcare professionals funded with refinance money and making and reducing appropriations. Senate Bill 317 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning the transfer of interest and income derived from the deposit and investment of money in certain cash funds into the general fund. House Bill 1082 by Representatives Weinberg and Brown and Senators Peltonar and Michelson-Janay concerning authorizing certain individuals to complete actions related to death certificates and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1215 by Representative Taggart and Joseph and Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer concerning the redistribution of the lottery fund and in connection therewith modifying the distributions of lottery fund money for the Public School Capital Construction Assistance Fund, the Wildlife Cash Fund, the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Cash Fund, and making new distributions to the Outdoor Equity Fund, the Outdoor Recreation Industry Office, and new Strategic Outdoor Recreation Management and Infrastructure Cash Fund. House Bill 1275 by Representative Soper and Zakai and Senators Weissman and Frizzell concerning misconduct by crime laboratory employees and in connection therewith requiring a crime laboratory employee to report misconduct, requiring notifying criminal defendants and victims of misconduct, creating a process for a person to seek post-conviction relief based on a claim of misconduct by a crime laboratory employee and making an appropriation. House Bill 1299 by Representatives Duran and Armagost and Senators Roberts and Peltonar concerning a voluntary contribution of all or a portion of an income tax refund as a donation to the Animal Protection Fund and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of all the bills on special order, second reading of bills consent calendar, and the accompanying committee reports, which include Senate Bill 281, with the Judiciary and Appropriations Report, Senate Bill 302, Senate Bill 308, and the Appropriations Report, Senate Bill 310 and the Appropriations Report, Senate Bill 311, Senate Bill 312, Senate Bill 317 and the Appropriations Report, House Bill 1082, House Bill 1215 and the Appropriations Report, House Bill 1275, and House Bill 1299.
Is there any discussion on the committee reports? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of all the committee reports on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee reports are adopted. Is there any discussion of any of the bills on the consent calendar? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of all of the bills on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bills are adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
Just beautiful.
Just flowing.
What you do is, Senate will come to order. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 29, 2025. Mr. President, your committee, the whole begs leave to report, has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 281 as amended, Senate Bill 302, Senate Bill 308 as amended, Senate Bill 310 as amended, Senate Bill 311, Senate Bill 312, Senate Bill 317 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1082, House Bill 1215 as amended, House Bill 1275, House Bill 1299, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 281 is amended, 302 is 302, 308 is amended, 310 is amended, 311, 312, 317 is amended, passed on second reading, order of gross place counter for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1082, 1215 is amended, 1275, 1299 passed second reading, order of vice place counter for third reading and final passage. Special order, second reading of the bills, Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Second? Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up special order second reading of bills which includes Senate Bill 7, Senate Bill 17, Senate Bill 48, Senate Bill 165, Senate Bill 272, Senate Bill 286, Senate Bill 297, Senate Bill 313, Senate Bill 314, Senate Bill 315, House Bill 1026, House Bill 1062, House Bill 1149, and House Bill 1167 at the hour of 12:23.
The motion is that the Senate take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 12:23. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. Senate will take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 12:23. Special orders, second reading of the bills. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the committee of the whole for the consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself to committee of the whole consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Roberts will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the court rule is relaxed for everyone in the chamber. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 7?
Senate Bill 7 by Senators Cutter and Marchman and Representatives Velasco and Weinberg concerning support to increase prescribed burns.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 25007 on second reading. Oh, excuse me, and the Ag and Natural Resources and Appropriation reports.
All right, to the Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee report. Senator Cutter.
Damn it. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Agriculture Committee, we just amended it to indicate that we will just take gifts, grants, and donations to help with the financing of this program and reduce the appropriation.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we actually amended all of the fiscal impact out of the bill, and we added an amendment to to clarify Title 40 related to regulated utilities by adding just a short subsection stating that wildfire mitigation expenses that have been approved by the PUC are eligible for securitization. This is a really important thing to do to help ratepayers so that they don't get the cost of wildfire mitigation passed along at such a high cost, and it will save ratepayers probably $300 to $400 million on a net present value basis. And this was a timely issue, so we ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this bill came out of the Wildfire Interim Committee, and it was just a way to address prescribed burns, which is a really important tool in the wildfire toolkit, and liability can sometimes prevent trained and qualified burn managers from actually undertaking prescribed burn projects. So we simply created this program, which will not go into effect now until they're able to fund it, but we did create a program so that there will be sort of a backstop for people conducting burns, conducting safe and responsible burns. They'll have that to fall back. So we did that, and then we also did a reciprocity program to expand the trained workforce. So anyone certified in a surrounding state with a comparable program can work as a trained burn boss or as a certified burn boss here in Colorado. So that is all the bill does, and I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Senator
Dylan.
Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And not serving on the Wildfire Matters Interim Committee anymore, I'm kind of new to the conversation, but curious to think about implications both from private sector and public sector. And I think the bill is intended, is the intention to cover both private entities, me burning ditches, for instance, in a prescribed burn routinely. I check with the sheriff's office, are we under a burn ban, and make sure they're aware of what I'm doing. And then understanding what amendments were adopted this morning in appropriations took all the general fund dollars and the appropriations out of it. But I was reading through the prior fiscal note, and it keyed up this conversation about public and private. It's unknown how many prescribed fires are conducted on private and non-federal public land in the state. Since 2013, CDPS has administered a prescribed burning program that requires the presence of a person certified by CDPS to conduct prescribed burns at all scheduled burns, except those conducted by a private landowner on their own land. So that just raised a question. I was curious from the sponsors if there's a distinction between public and private.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank you very much for raising the question to my good colleague from Alamosa. Hopefully this answers your question. I missed part of it, but it does, to be eligible, the burn has to be conducted and supervised by a Colorado certified burner, ARB certified manager. So there are some requirements around that. So I would imagine it would not include private property, right? Yeah, there's different requirements around that, so I'm pretty sure that wouldn't qualify. But thank you for the question.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on SB 25-007? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of SB 25-007 as amended. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. 007 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, we can please read the title of SB 25-017.
Senate Bill 17 by Senator Cutter concerning measures to support early childhood health by integrating early childhood health care systems into communities.
Thank you. Senator Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move SB 17 and the Health and Human Services Report and Appropriations Report.
Thank you. To the Health and Human Services Committee report.
In health, we added some amendments, but then they honestly have become null and void because we changed it so much in appropriations, and we are happy to tell you about those ones, if you'll allow me, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So does that mean you don't want to adopt the report, or?
We do. We'd like to ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Okay, thank you. So the question before us is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Okay, the ayes definitely have it. Health and Human Services Committee report is adopted. To the appropriations report, Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In appropriations, we removed costs to the Department of Early Childhood associated with implementing the Child Care Health Consulting Program, so this would not require an appropriation. And it strikes all language related to the implementation of a Child Care Health Consultant Program from the bill, thereby removing the appropriation. And we ask for your support.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So child care health consultants currently exist in rule, but just not in statute. In the introduced version of the bill, it includes the codification of the policy, which drove the cost in the Canary packet. But by removing child care health consultants from the bill, we brought the fiscal note down to zero. And leaving only the Healthy Steps program, which will be the only remaining program in Senate Bill 17, and that is already in statute. By isolating the bill to Healthy Steps, we're just cleaning up existing statute. It codifies this pediatric primary care program in its own section of statute, since it's not a home visiting program, which is where it currently lives in statute.
Thank you. Senator Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to quickly talk about what Healthy Steps is. This is currently found in statute, as my co-prime said, under the Early Childhood Home Visiting Program. This is an evidence-based program in pediatric primary care, and there are currently 32 Healthy Steps sites across Colorado serving over 38,000 children. Originally, Healthy Steps received federal funding through the Maternal, Infant, and Early Childhood Home Visiting Program. However, it is not a home visiting program and no longer receives funding through the program. And this bill simply codifies it, that this pediatric primary care program in the section of statute that it is not a home visiting program. And we kindly ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on SB 2517, Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, why do we have this when, I mean, there is such a thing in all of our lives, pediatric primary care medical practice. We have our doctors, we have our primary care doctors, and they will appropriately engage and refer to specialists. That's what primary care is all about. And now this is like a government takeover of what has been working throughout America for over 100 years. Why do we even have this? I don't understand.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on SB 25017? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of SB 25017. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. SB 25017 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read the title of SB 25048?
Senate Bill 48 by Senator Michelson Janae and Representatives Brown and Mabry concerning the Diabetes Prevention and Obesity Treatment Act.
Thank you. Senator Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 48 and the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you. To the Appropriations Committee report.
In appropriations, we drastically changed the bill so that it would have no fiscal impact. And what it does is the amendment we took eliminates CHP and Medicaid from the coverage requirements of the bill. And it requires health plans to cover lifestyle therapy, medical nutrition therapy, and bariatric surgery in the small and large group market, and it eliminates the requirements for health plans to cover GLP-1 medications, and instead requires health plans in their large group market to disclose to the employer the ability to add GLP-1 medications to their chosen plan and to disclose the additional cost it would be for the employer to add them. The Commissioner of Insurance is granted rulemaking authority to implement this section.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not certain if the Appropriations Committee report is the appropriate place to engage in this, but since the Appropriations Committee appropriates state dollars for the purpose of doing appropriate things, theoretically based on state law, I want to call out the fact that this plan, this bill, as cut down, only with regard to the impact on state employees. So the state of Colorado as an employer, as the bill has been amended, as is moving through the process, is going to at some point soon, probably next year, be confronted with a $6 million increase in costs just for state employees as an employer of those individuals based on this construct. So just colleagues, pay attention to, as we're passing this Appropriations Committee report, the costs to the state, and then think about what that means to employers more broadly across the state as well.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Senator Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Actually, that part was removed. This is permissive. The state employer can say they don't want to add the medications, so should be no fiscal impact to the state.
Thank you. Mr. Minority Leader Lundin.
I want to be clear. My aged ears sometimes betray me. The state no longer will provide this benefit to its employees. That has been removed. Okay, fair enough.
Senator Michelson Janae.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. So is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we did hear this bill in the Health Committee, and I will say that it is a very well-intentioned piece of legislation. But while it sounds like we have managed to reduce the cost to the state government, that was a pretty substantial change. The original fiscal note put that at $139 million the first year. Well, this year, $76 million, then $138 million, and then $127 million. So that was the original estimate of the cost to the state government. So there's clearly going to be a very substantial cost on the private health insurance. And I have an amendment I want to offer to remove one of the provisions.
Thank you. There's an amendment at the desk.
Oh, okay.
But this,
You want to adopt the report?
apparently we do need to adopt the Appropriations Committee report before we can take on an amendment. So should we have any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Now I believe we have an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read L014?
Amendment L014, amend the Appropriations Committee report dated April 29,
Senator
2025.
Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L014 to the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you. Please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you. So if we look at the basis of the bill, as I said, it's very well intentioned. But what this amendment does, it removes metabolic and bariatric surgery from the bill. And while I think there's a lot of treatments and a lot of programs that warrant essentially mandatory coverage, I don't think this type of surgery should fall under that category. And so this would remove that from the bill. If you take a look at this type of surgery, for those who may not be familiar with it, metabolic surgery, also known as bariatric surgery, is a group of surgical procedures that alter the digestive system to promote weight loss and improve metabolic health. These surgeries aim to address obesity and related health issues like type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure, sleep apnea. Metabolic surgery is considered a more effective treatment for severe obesity and obesity-related conditions other than lifestyle modifications or medication alone. So I certainly agree with the general thrust of the bill as it states in some of the legislative declarations. This is a major problem for our society. In Colorado, the prevalence of the chronic disease of obesity is staggering. Obesity affects over 24% of Colorado adults, with disproportionately high rates in communities of color, 33.4%, and 31% of Black and Latino Coloradans experience obesity, respectively. More than 1 in 4 youth ages 10 to 17 are either overweight or experiencing obesity, and 24.3% of children enrolled in the federal special supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children in 2020 were overweight or experiencing obesity. So I think we all agree that this is an issue which needs to be addressed, but the question is, how much are you going to mandate in coverage of health plans? And, coming through the Health Committee this year, we've added a great number of additional tests and other additional treatments to health plans. And they're all very well-meaning, and I've voted for some of them. I voted for one to cover, tighten up some of the breast cancer screening coverage. But a lot of them I haven't voted for because the more of these that we add in, the more expensive the health insurance becomes for everyone. And so eventually you just keep adding more and more types of treatment, more and more types of surgery, and the cost of health insurance just goes up and up and up, and then we come back, and as government folks, we say, well, health insurance is too expensive, so we've got to appropriate more taxpayer money to folks so they can afford health insurance, and it just becomes a continual cycle, increasing the cost of health care and health insurance overall. And so I've always felt with health insurance, there should be some type of participation by the recipient. You don't want to have a system where every single thing is covered because you're going to incentivize continual consumption, in some cases of health care that may not be necessary. And even if it is necessary, there should be some participation by the recipient of that, because at the end of the day, it's not free. It's just a question of who's going to pay for it. And so we keep adding additional things, one thing after another, and we drive up the cost of health care. So if you look at the bill, I think a number of the things in here, they're covered, and that's reasonable. Medical nutrition therapy, and behavioral lifestyle therapy, some medications, anti-obesity, FDA-approved anti-obesity medication. But then you come to the intensive, the bariatric surgery, essentially. And that is obviously very expensive. As I read, it's substantial surgery. In some cases, it may be warranted. The physician's recommending it, that type of treatment. then that's legitimate, but I don't think that we can afford to include that in all of the medical plans for the full coverage. And so this amendment would remove just that part of the bill, covering metabolic and bariatric surgery. As I said, this is a group of surgical procedures to alter the digestive system to promote weight loss and improve metabolic health. And I think when you get that to that level of treatment and inclusion, it should not be something that we're completely mandating into the program. I think that we have quite a few other things in here that would be covered, and that would, I think, go a long way to keeping the cost of the private health plans that we're putting this on more reasonable. So I would urge support for this amendment L014.
Thank you. Senator Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Highlands Ranch for making the point about why this was so important because of the impact it has to the health of our Coloradans. But I would ask for a no vote on the amendment because bariatric surgery is already covered in our benchmark plan in Colorado and is a required coverage element of insurance in Colorado. This will have no impact on it.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L014? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L014. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no? No. The noes have it. L014 fails. To the bill, Senator Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a good bill, and I feel like we can make it better. There are a couple things in here that I think that we can add that will improve a good direction.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read L013?
Amendment L013, amend the Appropriations Committee
Senator
report.
Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The amendment that I'm proposing here, L013, and I would move L013 to Senate Bill 048. It amends the Appropriation Committee report and just asks that, and there's a may, there's not a shall, but it asks that require a covered person it may require a covered person to utilize the National Diabetes Prevention Program, medical nutrition therapy, or intensive behavioral or lifestyle therapy before the carrier provides coverage for that metabolic or bariatric surgery. Bottom line here is we want to make sure that folks have exhausted all non-surgery methods to try to improve their condition before they actually go into the knife. I feel like anytime that you head into surgery, you risk additional things, including health and even death. And so let's make sure that we've exhausted. And again, it's not a shall, it's a may. Let's encourage folks to exercise ways to fix the situation that they're in with resources that are available before they go straight to the knife. So I would encourage an aye vote on L13 in light of having this intermediary step in our health process.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L013? Senator Michelson Janae. Senator Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask for a no vote on this amendment only because the language is already in there for program medical nutrition therapy and intensive behavioral therapy or lifestyle therapy, and we're not trying to tell our doctors what to do. I please ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L013? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L013 to SB 48. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. L013 fails. To the bill, Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too heard this bill in committee, and as my husband has type 2 diabetes, his family has had. Type 1 diabetes is something that's, this is really important. It's an important disease to manage because it is so debilitating when it is advanced. And so I certainly understand and appreciate the efforts of the bill sponsor to make Colorado a healthier place to be and providing tools for Colorado citizens who suffer from obesity and other associated diseases like diabetes. However, I also want to say that I really appreciate the amendment from appropriations today. Didn't actually see it, but I've heard about what what has been described. And one of my big concerns with the bill in committee was the cost to the state, and that's been mitigated. However, testimony that we heard on this bill from the Colorado Association of Health Plans really talked about how this bill would increase the cost of premiums. And my good colleague from Highlands Ranch talked a little bit about this also, as we have this habit in this building of pushing, mandating, regulating insurance companies in what they should cover, what they must cover, and that creates a situation where they have to increase premiums, and then citizens are upset because the cost of health care has increased. And then they come to us and say, you need to make health care more affordable. It is a vicious cycle that we have found ourselves in, and I have concerns that this bill will exacerbate the situation. One of the comments that I made to the bill sponsor after hearing testimony and at the end was, I was really concerned that this bill was perhaps not targeted enough and just opened the floodgates to, if you want to be on weight loss medication, insurance would have to cover it. And I have a problem with that because I totally understand if you are somebody who is morbidly obese and you want to change your lifestyle, you want to really make a significant difference in the health of your body. I support that, and I think that that's really, and it's an important commitment to make. But I personally know people who are on these expensive weight loss medications, and it's a vanity project for them. And I don't see that my insurance should have to increase, although some might argue that I should be on weight loss medication. But I don't see why my insurance rates should increase because somebody has this great drive to continue their vanity project. So with that, I have an amendment.
Thank you. There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read L015?
Amendment L015, amend the Appropriations Committee report dated April 29,
Senator
2025.
Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L015 to Senate Bill 048.
Thank you. That is a proper motion. Please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, members, this amendment, essentially, it's pretty simple. It goes to what I was speaking of. It requires that metabolic and bariatric surgery is only mandated to be covered when an individual has a comorbidity and has attempted past medical treatments for obesity that have proven to be unsuccessful. I don't feel like insurance companies should be mandated to cover any and all treatments for obesity, especially when that individual has not even attempted less expensive, less invasive, and safer alternatives. So, I was specifically speaking about weight loss medication, but this amendment really addresses bariatric and metabolic surgeries and ensuring that they are medically necessary before mandated coverage should occur.
Thank you. Further
Ask for
discussion?
your vote.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Further discussion on L015, Senator Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Castle Rock for bringing the amendment. I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment, primarily because we don't tell doctors what to do, and if a doctor determines that this is the appropriate treatment, then this is the appropriate treatment. Also, our bill does not mandate coverage of GLP-1s at all, so that is no longer a concern.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L015? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support Amendment L015 offered by the senator from Castle Rock, also on the Health Committee. So this is pretty much a follow-up to what I offered earlier in Amendment 014. So if we're not going to, approve a provision which takes out the full coverage of metabolic and bariatric surgery from the bill, I think we should at least condition it on making sure that some other options have been tried. And this amendment requires that metabolic and bariatric surgery is only mandated to be covered when an individual has a comorbidity and has attempted past medical treatments for obesity that have proven to be unsuccessful. Clearly, this level of treatment surgery is pretty substantial, and I think it probably makes a lot of sense to say if we're going to cover it, we're going to mandate coverage of it, that we have seen some other options tried. And I'll just read again. I mean, I don't think anyone is challenging the issue of obesity and the problems that it's causing for individuals and for society. The American Medical Association and the American Academy of Pediatrics declared obesity a chronic disease in 2013. But clearly, there's a whole range of treatments. There's a whole range of recommendations that'll come from physicians. I think we've all probably heard those type of recommendations from our physicians as well. And I think you take some steps to deal with this issue, and you don't immediately go to saying we're going to have all these health plans required to cover this degree of major surgery. So I think this amendment is a good one. It encourages, other options, other treatments, and then, ultimately, if that's not successful, then we mandate the coverage here for this type of surgery. But I think that's a good amendment, 015. I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on L015, Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 015. And from the amendment from appropriations this morning, right from the amendment, under 1016-104B, for a large group health benefit plan offered in this state, a carrier shall offer the policyholder the option to purchase coverage for FDA-approved anti-obesity medications, including at least one FDA-approved GLP-1 medication. So I'm not sure, there was a reference that there was no requirement, but as I read the amendment from appropriations this morning, it does get a little legalese wordy about a carrier shall offer the option to purchase coverage for FDA-approved. The policy, carrier shall offer the policyholder the option to purchase coverage for FDA-approved anti-medications. It's just a little confusing.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L015? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L015. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. L015 fails. To the bill. Is there further discussion on SB 48? Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And maybe just an opportunity again to continue to engage and clarity about the permissiveness or how the state's role it unfolds in this conversation. Again, this morning from trying to review the amendment in appropriations, the very last part of the amendment this morning in section 4, which changes language in 25.58107, which is Article 8 is Children's Basic Health Plan. So the amendment says under A4, under 25.58107, the schedule of healthcare services included in the plan must not include coverage pursuant to the mandatory coverage provisions of section 1016-104-29, which is what the earlier part of the conversation is. So I get it says it must not cover, but is it only not covering children's basic health plans and foregoing everyone else except children?
Thank you, Senator Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Alamosa for the question. That was where we removed CHP Plus from the program. We also removed HCPF from the program, so there's no Medicaid impact either.
Thank you. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in reviewing the fiscal note with the Department of Personnel and Administration, here's kind of the problem we're running into, is this amendment was made in appropriations this morning, and they were told they had until Thursday to get an updated fiscal note. And so the state has not weighed in on, they don't believe there's an impact, but there could be, but they don't believe there is. But we don't have an updated fiscal note from them. And they thought they had until Thursday. What is today? Is today Tuesday?
I have no idea why they thought that.
Because the state believes that because they were told by the fiscal analysts they had until Thursday to get new fiscal note impact to them. So I guess I would like a senatorial 5, and I'd like to talk to the majority leader and the
We'll take a
minority leader.
senatorial 5.
And the good senator from Commerce City.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 48 to the bottom of the calendar.
Thank you. The motion is to move SB 2548 to the bottom of the calendar. All in
Getting laid
favor,
over.
please say aye. All opposed,
Faith
no.
and Catlin. 165.
SB 45 will be moved to the bottom of the calendar. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 165 to the end of the calendar.
The motion is to move SB 25, 165 to the bottom of the calendar. Everybody in favor say aye. All opposed, no. SB 105 will be moved to the new bottom of the calendar. 165. Okay, bottom. So now there's two bottoms, but I assume that means 48, then 165. At any rate, Mr. Schaffler, we can please read the title of SB 25-272.
Senate Bill 272 by Senators Winter and Catlin concerning a sales and use tax exemption for construction materials used in creating housing for a regional transportation authority staff.
Thank you. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 272 and the associated Transportation and Energy Report.
Thank you. To the Transportation Energy Report.
We made sure we are doing a definition to ensure that housing, it was very clear that this is about housing, and I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the Transportation Energy Report to 272? Seeing none, or the question before us is the adoption of the Transportation Energy Report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The Transportation and Energy Report to 272 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a bill that is being brought for specific reasons, particularly in the Roaring Fork Valley where RAFTA, which is the role model for mass transit, if you don't mind me bragging. But anyway, it really is, and what we're trying to do is to make it easier for these transit authorities to be able to build workforce housing. What this will do is simply exempt them from having to pay sales and use tax on the materials that they buy and use to produce employee housing all over the state of Colorado, but more particular there in the Roaring Fork Valley. It doesn't create a new exemption. It allows regional transportation authorities the ability to claim an existing exemption for these housing projects. RTAs who are doing long-term planning around employee housing have asked for this clarification. That's why we brought the bill. 3 out of 7 RTAs in the state already have leased or purchased housing for employees. All 3 of these RTAs cover rural mountainous areas, the Roaring Fork, Eagle Valley, and Gunnison Valley. I represent 2 of those specifically. Materials and labor related to repairing or maintaining existing employee housing facilities would then be exempted under this bill. Good bill. Vote yes.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on SB 272? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of SB 25-272. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. SB 25-272 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, can you please read the title of SB 25-286?
Senate Bill 286 by Senator Hendrickson and Snyder concerning money collected by the state in relation to petroleum products.
Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 286, and I believe there's only an Appropriations Committee report.
And a Transportation Energy Report.
I move the Transportation and Energy Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
Great. That is a proper motion. To the Transportation Energy Report.
My co-prime will speak to that because clearly my memory is seeped in the Appropriations Committee report.
Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in Energy Committee, we basically struck wholesale from page 4, line 1, or wholesale, and just made other little cleanup amendments. And that's all we really did there. So with that, I'd ask for a yes vote.
Thanks for the save, Senator Snyder. All in favor of the Transportation Energy Report, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The Transportation Energy Report is adopted. To the Appropriations Report, Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In appropriations, we added an amendment that removed using the fuel tank storage fee from being used to fund a new fuel testing lab housed in CDLE. And so we've taken that part entirely out of the bill.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report to 286 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 286 came to us from industry at conversations that started a couple years ago, actually, relative to the outdated technology and the outdated working systems that, associated with that leads to outdated safety systems at the CDLE fuel testing lab in Henderson, Colorado. They realized that it would be easy to fund a replacement of that fuel lab through the fuel tank storage enterprise fee that they have to pay into. When I say they, I'm talking about the fuel distributors, those that drive the massive tank trucks and drop the fuel into the ground at gas stations throughout our state. And so the ask was, hey, let's raise the fees on ourselves. We'll be able to fund a new fuel lab with modern, up-to-date technology. It will be safer for our state employees who work there. We'll have more accurate information, and that can guide our business decisions, and it can help us to more effectively weed out bad actors in the industry. That's now out of this bill. One of the other discussions that came forward was extending the fees that the industry pays into the Clean Enterprise Fund to be able to make critical advancements on scrappage of old trucks that are high polluters, and to create incentives for replacing diesel trucks on the road with modern renewable natural gas vehicles in sectors of the trucking industry where modern electric isn't feasible. Critical upgrades that would have impacts on helping us meet our air quality emissions standards, meeting our emissions goals in the transportation sector, which is the sector where we're most behind on coming into line with our 2030 emission reduction goals. Critical advancements brought forth by an industry that is a willing partner, that is motivated to get things done that will make the health and lives better for Coloradans. That's not in this bill either. And that's not in this bill, it's not coming forward for amendment to be in this bill because of some bureaucratic hurdles and some disagreements across OLS and different departments and different interpretations of what the enterprise fund can be used for, and pressures from outside of the industry, outside this building, pressures from some purists in the political space that don't want to see that be a possibility or a reality. And that's frustrating because Coloradans will pay the price for that. So what you have before you is a bill that I'm going to ask for your support, I'm going to ask for your vote on. All it does is increase the fine now for those who bring non-compliant gas into the non-attainment zone where we have higher standards for air quality byproduct as a result of emissions of that gasoline, so that the good actors, the responsible actors in the space are able to continue to compete on a level footing in a true market competition, and bad actors that are skirting the law to increase profit face penalties that disincentivize that activity. It's a good policy. I ask for your aye vote, but I want to lay a marker that we are getting an ounce of good policy for the people of Colorado when we could be getting a pound, and that is disappointing. So with that, I ask for an aye vote on 286.
Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I couldn't agree with my co-prime colleague any more than what he just said. Just realize that we have $6,400,000 in cash funds generated from self-imposed fees from the fuel industry, and we cannot find a way to spend that money for the benefit of the people of Colorado. We've tried several different methods. The most obvious need is the fuel storage tank and the testing facility. That's our greatest need. We couldn't spend it there. So it's just a very frustrating experience, but I also ask for your yes vote.
Further discussion. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have been involved in these conversations for a couple of years, specifically about the testing facility and the inability through the regular process in capital development to get it to a priority. It's definitely something we need to do. So I was really honored to hear this bill in Transportation and Energy a couple of weeks ago, I can't remember when, and support the concept of figuring out how to use an enterprise to, or this fund to build a much needed facility. So I also happened to be sitting in appropriations this morning and heard the discussion and was disappointed that basically sections 1 and 2 of the bill are stripped out, and we're back to square one again, trying to figure out how do you get an updated, modern, more safe facility for testing. And the good senator from Pueblo really narrowed it down. It's really just about two things: increasing fines in the space of people bringing the wrong type of fuel in here and selling it in place where we're selling reformulated gasoline, and then reducing fees for reducing fines on some administrative variances. So fully support the bill. Again, I'm disappointed, like you all are, that it ended up where it's at, because I know the pressing need is there, and we'll continue. I'm happy to work with y'all to continue to find a way to get what we need to have happen. So very much supportive of 286. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 286. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 286 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 297?
Senate Bill 297 by Senator Ball and Representative Ferre, concerning the implementation of Colorado's Natural Medicine Initiative and in connection therewith requiring the Department of Public Health and Environment to collect data and information related to the health effects and other impacts of the use of natural medicine and natural medicine products.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 297 and the associated Health and Human Services Report and Appropriations Committee report.
To the Health and Human Services report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In Health and Human Services, we adopted a small amendment that clarified the conflict of interest provision on the portion of this bill that requires gifts, grants, and donations.
Is there any further discussion on the Health and Human Services Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations report, Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 297.
Any discussion? Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In Appropriations, we adopted an amendment that makes clear that no general fund dollars exist if the gifts, grants, and donations run out.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 297, I encourage an aye vote. This is the third time this legislature has implemented the will of the voters in Prop 122, and regardless of how you feel about Prop 122, the voters did pass it, and it's incumbent on us to implement it. What this bill does is it sets up a mechanism to collect health information, which should give us the data to see whether or not natural medicine, as it's rolled out, has adverse health effects or beneficial health impacts. and I encourage an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 297. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 297 is adopted. We will be in a brief senatorial 5.
All of them. Well, one of the JBC
right,
members is
Mr.
here. Barb, you want to move 314?
Mr. Majority Leader? Do you want to lay over 313?
Yeah.
Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 313 to the bottom of the calendar.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 313 to the bottom.
I withdraw that motion.
Oh,
You're up 313.
just in time. Senator Bridges, will the clerk please, will the clerk please read Senate Bill 313?
Senate Bill 313 by Senators Amabile and Bridges and Representatives Byrd and Sirota concerning the permissible uses of state income tax revenue raised in connection with Proposition 123.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 313.
Is there any discussion?
And the committee report?
Nope, no committee report. Any further discussion?
Nope.
Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 313. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 313 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 314?
Senate Bill 314 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges and Representatives Byrd and Sirota concerning changes to the Recovery Audit Contractor Program and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 314 in the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report.
Appropriately appropriated, the appropriate appropriation.
All right, any further discussions? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report is adopted. To the bill, Senator, any discussion?
There's an
Senator
amendment coming to the
Kirkmeyer.
desk.
There is an amendment at the desk.
Thank you. Yep.
Will the clerk please read L002?
Amendment L002, amend printed bill pages 5, strike lines 20 through 24, and substitute E, provide preliminary RAC audit findings to a provider with a reasonable period of following
Senator
receipt.
Kirkmeyer.
Sorry, I thought I had it up.
It's a multi-page. I didn't know if you wanted him to read the whole thing.
Would have been
Yeah.
fun.
I couldn't find my phone, it was in my hand.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L002.
All right, to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this amendment clarifies a process for the providers to dispute the RAC auditor's findings. It's supported by both Healthcare Policy and Finance and provider groups. I would ask for an aye vote on L002.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L002. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. To the bill, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a bill that we have been working on for quite some time. JBC asked for an audit of the Recovery Audit Contractor Program over in Healthcare Policy and Finance. That was in 2023. We got that audit back. Only cost us $1 million to do an audit. It went to the Legislative Audit Committee. They reviewed this. This was actually, when this audit came back, there were like 18 findings that were just really, quite frankly, not so good. But for the last 6 months, 7 months, August, however long that's been, it was first being discussed at the Legislative Audit Committee, and then the Joint Budget Committee worked on to put a bill together. This is the bill we got. We got everybody around the table. We hammered it out, literally hammered this out about a week ago and got it finished up. So we're to a bill that we think everybody can agree on, and hopefully it will improve the recovery audit contractor program in the Department of Healthcare Policy and Finance, and we will no longer have a predatory auditor doing audits.
All right.
Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 314 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. That bill is adopted.
315.
The clerk, please read the title of Senate Bill 315.
Senate Bill 315 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Sirota concerning measures to reinvent post-secondary and workforce readiness programs.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 315, the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We made some technical fixes. We had accidentally removed John Buckner's name from a program, and we put it back on. Ask for an aye vote.
Thank you for that. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Report is adopted. To the bill. Any discussion? Senator Bridges.
Nope. Great bill, vote yes.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 315. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 315 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of the House Bill 1026?
House Bill 1026 by Representatives Carter and Garcia and Senators Duda and Hendrickson concerning procedures related to the provision of healthcare services to inmates and in connection therewith prohibiting certain co-payments and fees and making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1026 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In committee, we struck the auto repeal.
Any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Judiciary report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, currently state law authorizes Colorado prisons to charge a fee separate from what is billed to insurance and already provided by the state to incarcerated individuals seeking health care services like medical, mental, and dental care. Every incarcerated individual in Colorado faces a potential fee of up to $5 for each medical and mental health visit and additional fees for requesting dental and optometric care or failing to make an appointment. Now, $5 doesn't seem like a big deal, but it is a big deal when the average wages paid to inmates is only 69 cents per day, with an hourly average of just 14 cents an hour. It's also worth mentioning that this debt can follow individuals post-incarceration. And I would end by saying every intervention care can reduce the cost, can reduce the need for expensive treatments later, ultimately leading to lower healthcare spending and a healthier general population, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I love the idea of this. I love the potential impact of a negative fiscal. That's awesome. Very cool. And noting that, I feel like we might need a little bit an amendment to adjust a couple terms in the bill.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L011?
Amendment
Senator
L011.
Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L011 to House Bill 1026.
All right, to the amendment.
So Amendment L011 talks about, it adjusts the angle at which the government approaches this topic. Anytime that I see a whole lot of shalls and musts inside of any potential legislation, it creates mandates. And when the government doesn't allow the flexibility for interpretation and the flexibility to implement a policy in the way that those departments see fit, we kind of get stuck in some bad situations. So there's just a couple of verbiage changes from from shall to may, from repealed to revised, And it also, on page 3, implements a sliding scale. So some of those folks that are incarcerated completely have the ability to participate in the fee that's associated here. And I feel like maybe if they've got the means to pay that fee, then we ought to have a sliding scale. You know, $5 is not that much. And so those folks that can, let's go ahead and allow the government to assess that on a case-by-case basis and make those judgments. And if it fits, if the shoe fits, wear it. And with that, I encourage support on L011 to 1026.
Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I ask for a no vote on L011. I appreciate the philosophy behind that. It doesn't really work in the environment that we're talking about. There are so many factors that go into the means available to an inmate to be able to finance the co-pays associated with their medical care. A huge chunk of that is how supportive and what the means are, not of yourself, but of your family or friends, your support network, if you have one. So that's a first challenge that is impossible to quantify. 2, we're talking about creating a complex system that would require measurements to identify where you would fit on this conceptual sliding scale. That would require some personnel to be able to do that. That would include some time and resources. Not much probably, but certainly some, and that would drive a fiscal note. And then in addition to that, one of the reasons, though certainly not the only reason, that this bill is here in the first place is there is the ability to exempt the fee right now, but there's been no accountability for how that's actually being used. Cora requests have been unable to produce an answer for that, and the department has said that they don't track how the fees are actually assessed. And so if there's no accountability and no transparency over the co-pays now, I have zero faith that there would be any better accountability and transparency with a more complex system of a conceptual scale for co-pays. And what I defer to is what other states have done that has proven to save themselves money in the long run by just eliminating the co-pay entirely. States that are examples of this: Kansas, Nebraska, Wyoming, Utah. These are not bastions of progressivism. These are states that realize that this makes good financial sense. It also happens to make good human sense. So I ask for a no vote on L11.
Further discussion on the amendment? Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the comments and the intent from the good senator from Pueblo. Again, not everything fits in the exact space that we have carved out for it. We need to allow some flexibility. We need to add some permissive language to House Bill 1026. I feel like this amendment is really simple and it does that. Regarding the sliding scale, I mean, how complicated is it to allow the discretion of the Department of Corrections to choose somewhere between $0 and $5? Doesn't take a complicated abacus to put that in place. And I really feel that if the Department of Corrections wants to waive the fee entirely, this allows them to do that. If they want to keep a fee in there for some reason, it allows them to do that. It doesn't force the process into this. And regarding, the quantifiableness of how much money is being lost because we can't track it or we don't know what's going to happen to it, the fiscal note very specifically says $157,179. Sounds like we've quantified it to the dollar to me with regard to the impact to the government. And so let's let those folks have the control that they would probably like to implement this policy in the way that they see fit. And I would encourage an aye vote on L011.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L011. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Further discussion on the bill? Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, members, I don't know about you, but if when I make an appointment to go see a doctor or really pretty much anything anymore, they tell you that if you need to cancel your appointment, you have a window in which to do that. And if you basically no-show or don't cancel within an acceptable time frame, you have to pay, you know, sometimes it's like $25, sometimes, it depends. But here's the thing, and I get why they do that, because if they have enough no-shows, then they have turned people away from appointments, so that's lost revenue. They have inconvenienced staff. There's a lot of reasons why this has become a more and more acceptable practice. And so one concern, one of many concerns I have about this particular bill, is that there's really no skin in the game for the inmate. I mean, if they make an appointment and don't show up, then they're not out anything, $5 or $2 or whatever it is. They're not out anything at all. And I think that that's a big problem with this bill, actually. So with that,
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L015?
L015, amend re-engross bill, page
Senator
2, line
Frizzell.
17.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L015 to House Bill 1026.
To the amendment.
Thank you. So members, this is a fairly simple amendment. It changes the bill so that the Department of Corrections can continue to assess fees if an inmate fails to attend or refuses a scheduled health care appointment. So this amendment is essentially assuring that the inmate has some skin in the game when it comes to actually showing up for their scheduled health care appointments. The point was made over and over and over again in committee how important health care is in corrections institutions and how important it is for the inmate to be able to transition out when they do, and they are in good physical health. That will assist with their success in moving forward with their lives. So this amendment is, again, very simple. It just encourages inmates to attend their scheduled health care appointments, ensuring that they receive the necessary medical care, because nobody's taking that away. That's really important, and we acknowledge that it is. But just like in a private practice, those appointments that are missed or refused, there's an opportunity cost, meaning that somebody else could have been in that seat if they had known that they weren't going to show up. So asking for an aye vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I ask for a no vote on L015. In my adult life, I have missed 4 or 5 medical appointments that I had scheduled. One, I was a 21-year-old college student and I overslept and I paid the fees for that. And I learned my lesson and I moved on. The other times, were all when I was in the military, and they were all because of forces that happened outside of my control. And when we were talking about a correctional environment, there are several forces outside an individual's control. You have individuals who are in solitary confinement for their own safety because there have been threats and incredible danger to them. You have instances where there is unrest that develops inside the correctional facility, and there's all hands on deck, and the staff that would otherwise be there to transport the individual to their appointment is unavailable. You have all of these reasons outside of your own control that prevent you from being able to get to a medical. We've seen cases where a court date was scheduled over a time of a scheduled appointment, and where the communication barriers, because you don't have immediate access where you just whip out your cell phone and you make a call, prevented the communication of that necessary cancellation. What we have seen in the states that have implemented the policy that we're asking you to adopt here today is that there is no more missed appointments than what we currently have here in Colorado, because people are not abusing the system. When you miss an appointment in the Department of Corrections, it's almost always because it's a factor outside of your control, and that's what this amendment fails to account for. I ask for a no on L015.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of Amendment L015 on House Bill 1026. Really, we're held to a higher standard, or to a standard ourselves, that this is about accountability and responsibility. If we don't show up here in this chamber, we can be fined, which we are sometimes, for being late, for showing up late, for being tardy. A lot of times, the good president can assess us. I've seen fines as much as $20, and I'm not exaggerating, but certainly $5 is the norm. The inmates, I might remind the good senator from Pueblo, they are there in part because of their lack of responsibility and accountability, and they are in a campus where they have nothing else to do. They get free medical care as it is already, and if they don't show up, it's not asking too much of them or their family members who are supporting them to pay a measly $5. We as citizens, if it's already been mentioned, but it's worth mentioning again, that if we don't show up for a medical appointment, we are dinged anywhere from $30 to $50, which is understandable. The doctor's time and the medical staff time is worth something. If we don't show up, that is a spot that somebody else could have had treatment for. And if we don't want to pay the fine, constantly on our iPhones now, the doctor's office sends us multiple reminders. Are you going to attend? Hit 1 for yes, hit 2 for no, so that they know. And they send us reminders because they want to be as efficient as possible. Now, granted, the inmates don't have a cell phone. Maybe they do by now, who knows? But I think this is a very, very reasonable amendment, is that they need to be held to a slightly higher standard of accountability, responsibility, and timeliness. If we can do it, certainly an inmate who is incarcerated, who has earned their way into prison, they just didn't stumble into it, they earned their way there. Maybe when they get out, this is part of the process, is they need to learn that bit of responsibility and accountability. And the fact that they might be dinged a whopping $5 is not asking too much. I would urge an aye vote for Amendment L015 on House Bill 1026. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would think it's important to remind the good senator from Colorado Springs that constitutionally it is our duty to keep incarcerated people alive while they are serving their time. And I would also say, while, again, $5 doesn't seem like a lot to us, it takes 35 hours for incarcerated folks to actually pay or earn that $5. So I think it's really important for us to keep things in context when we're talking about, sure, it's only $5, or do we really need to have them, you know, is it a big deal if they miss their appointments? Yes and yes.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make some arguments in support of Amendment L015 offered by my colleague from Castle Rock. So, you know, when I am about to appear for a medical appointment, I'll often get a text message on my phone. It says, if you can't make this appointment, you need to cancel it. You need to cancel it by X date or you will pay $50. Now, I've never tested that out, because when I get that message, it reminds me, yeah, I better make sure I'm going to show up for that medical appointment. And it seems to me that the least we can say is, if we're going to provide free medical care, you ought to at least have the decency and responsibility to show up for the appointment when the taxpayers are paying for that, when you're an inmate. And as for this $5 fee issue, well, my understanding is we gave the inmates a raise this year, a 10% raise. So there's a little more money there to go around and have a little bit of cost sharing. But this amendment doesn't even require the fee. All this amendment by my colleague from Castle Rock is very reasonable. It simply says it encourages inmates to attend their scheduled health care appointments, ensuring they receive necessary medical care and reducing the overall cost to the Department of Corrections. By allowing the assessment of fees for missed appointments, it helps protect taxpayers from bearing the financial burden of providing health care for inmates who are neglecting their responsibilities. So this is not a major issue, and I think even the senators and House members who are bringing this legislation realize that this is going to be an issue. Because in the amended version of the bill, it calls for a SMART Act hearing presentation. In January of 2026, the department shall include as part of its presentation during its SMART Act hearing, which is required under the current law, information concerning the number of times in the previous year that the following two things happen. So they're to report to us in this SMART Act hearing anytime an inmate failed to attend a scheduled appointment for medical, dental, mental health, or optometric care services, including specialty care services. And we also want information on when an inmate initiated a request for medical, dental, mental health, or optometric care services, including specialty care service. And following a visit with a provider, the provider determined that the request was not relevant to any medical, dental, mental health, or optometric condition. So basically what that's saying is, we as the legislature want to know how often folks are making appointments and not showing up for appointments. And we want to know how often folks are making appointments and going to this free health care now that the taxpayers are providing, and they have no apparent ailment or apparent reason to be at the medical appointment. And so it makes a lot of sense that we'd want that information, because as we talked about a little earlier today on some other legislation, if you make things in the healthcare world completely free of charge, oftentimes you're going to get, a service provided that maybe isn't essential, and it's really an important component of our keeping our affordable health care, keeping health care affordable, I should say, that we require folks to put up a minimal amount of money to share in the cost of providing that. And I certainly don't think that $5 is anything out of the reasonable realm. And quite frankly, you know, I'll save my comments on the general parts of the bill when we get back to that, but I think this amendment here really highlights some of the areas where we need to improve things and at least say, hey, if we're providing this free of charge, at least you can show up for the appointment. And you know, if you don't, you're going to have to pay that horribly high fee of $5 or something like that. So I will support this amendment by the senator from Castle Rock, L015.
Further discussion on the amendment, Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to add a little bit clarity. All of the transparency elements that were amended into the bill, including the SMART Act hearings and the disclosures of the amount of no-shows, that's still there. So we are still going to be tracking that. That's absolutely critical, and we want that information. What this amendment does is it reinstates the fee on a no-show regardless of the reason for the no-show, when right now there is already no accountability or transparency on how those fees are being applied, specifically whether there's any assessment whatsoever to assess where the responsibility, if it is on the part of the inmate or on forces outside the inmate's control. That's one of the problems that we're trying to address in this bill, and why we ask for a no on Amendment L15.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L15. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was looking at this bill. It's not very long, of course. But, and you know, you get into the part of the medical visits, co-payment, and fees, and of course that starts on page 3. And it tells you when the department shall not assess a co-payment, shall not assess a fee. Okay. And then you get on over to page 4. And, you know, I was thinking about the way this bill is written. It just seems to me that it's incentivizing inmates to, I don't know, maybe take advantage of what they've got. And so with that, I'd like to offer an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L012?
Amendment L012, amend re-engross bill, page
Senator
4.
Rich.
After.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L012 to House Bill 1026.
All right, to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 4, after you get past paragraphs small c, line 4, I was thinking this might be a good idea because the amendment allows for the Department of Corrections to revoke privileges for inmates who regularly miss appointments without valid reasons. This protects the taxpayers' money by holding inmates accountable for missed appointments. This amendment seeks to encourage reasonable behavior regarding health care access. And this oversight ensures that resources are allocated to those genuinely in need, thereby improving overall system efficiency. I don't think that's unreasonable. It wouldn't hurt to teach these people who are incarcerated some accountability instead of just handing them everything. I would renew my motion for L012 and ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask for a no vote on L12. So again, I mean, the big problem and the exegesis of this bill is the lack of transparency and the lack of accountability for how these fees are applied currently, for how policies surrounding the procedures of an inmate seeking health care have been applied disproportionately and without transparency of that, and how there doesn't seem to have been serious regard for consistency or fairness within those policies. I don't have a lot of faith in that process and ask for a no vote on L12.
Further discussion on the amendment? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is another very reasonable amendment. Senator from Grand Junction has offered here, similar to the one that we talked about earlier by the senator from Castle Rock, and it's simply saying, you know, the amendment allows the Department of Corrections to revoke privileges for inmates who regularly miss health care appointments without valid reasons. And as I mentioned earlier, I think the folks running this legislation realize these type of no-show situations are going to be an issue because, you know, we've got this SMART Act report in here that's going to give us a good, you know, a good round of data on how many inmates don't show up for their appointments or maybe even don't seem to have any apparent reason to even be at the appointment because, of course, it's free. And so I think this amendment, once again, is just putting some accountability into the legislation. It's a very modest request to say, you know, if you got an inmate who's continually not showing up, making an appointment, not showing up, let's revoke those privileges. So I support the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L012. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. Senator Carson.
So back to the bill for a few moments. I think, you know, this piece of legislation is one that I think if you put it in front of the typical working family, working Coloradan, and say, does this make sense to you? Is this the kind of legislation that we ought to be passing this year in the General Assembly, that we're basically saying to inmates, you will have no cost whatsoever to show up for a medical appointment, a dental appointment, a mental health appointment, see an optometrist, specialty or emergency care services. Now, out there in Colorado, in the working families, health care is a big issue. And I can tell you an awful lot of folks would like to have an arrangement like this where they can make a medical appointment for all of these services and pay absolutely no fee, absolutely no copay. So obviously I'm opposed to this legislation. I don't think it makes any sense to be, you know, we've already got a very extensive system of health care for the inmates, and this is just layering on top of it more free health care paid for by the taxpayers. So I do have one addition I'd like to propose to the bill, which deals with the SMART Act report.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L13?
Amendment L13, amend Green Gross Bill, page 4, line 5 after 3, insert A, page 4, line 9, strike
Senator
A.
Carson.
Thank you. I move Amendment L013.
To the amendment.
So this amendment is pretty straightforward. It gets to that portion of the bill which deals with the SMART Act report. And as I read earlier, the current language of the bill does require that we get a SMART Act report early next year that deals with two things. And this amendment would add another item to that, which I think would be pretty important. So the current language says we want an analysis for when an inmate, basically calculation of those situations where inmates fail to attend a scheduled appointment for medical, dental, mental health, or optometric care services, including specialty care services, or inmates initiate a request for medical, dental, mental health, optometric services, and then it's later determined by the provider that there was no apparent reason for the appointment to have been scheduled in the first place. And of course, outside of the prison, outside in the communities, if you were to show up at the doctor's or the dentist's office and get there and have no reason for being there, I don't think that the doctor would say, "Oh, we're not going to charge you today. You get free health care," even though nobody can seem to figure out why you're here today. So I think what we want to add to this SMART Act report is some language that says, as this amendment does, and there's another part of the amendment that I think just is a reflection of the realistic cost of all of this. It's going to cost money to have this system. Somebody's going to have to monitor it. There's going to be, to pretend that there's a minimal cost to the Department of Corrections, I think is not accurate. But the main part of the amendment says that beginning in January of 2026 and in January of every year thereafter, the department shall include as part of its presentation during its SMART Act hearing a comprehensive annual cost-benefit analysis of Department of Health Care services provided to inmates that reflects both expenditures and inmate health outcomes. So what that would include would be not only the cost of the whole program, but what are we getting for the program? Are we getting healthier inmates? I mean, presumably that's the goal of this legislation is to promote better health care in the prisons. So, and among the inmates. So let's do a cost-benefit analysis of that. Let's say, okay, here's what we're spending on this, and here's the result that we're getting for that. And that would be a very good addition, I think, to the SMART Act report that we're going to get next year. So I would urge support for this amendment. It's L013, cost-benefit analysis.
Any further discussion? Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on L13. L13 adds 1.5 FTE to the bill. It doubles what the upfront costs of the bill would be, increasing costs at $150,000 a year of operating expenses. And we will be able to see in short order with what's already required in the SMART Act, if the bill is having the intended effect that we think it will. So this is more cost without more transparency relative to the cost that it creates, and it's not fiscally conservative, and I ask for a no vote on L13.
See any further? Senator Carson.
So I would just respond to that by saying I think we do need a cost-benefit analysis, and I think this amendment just reflects the reality of the costs involved in all of these things. I mean, there's always, it's always interesting when You have legislation that's creating free things and waiving costs, and the fiscal note is quite minimal. And I think this amendment helps to put some reality in it to what is really going to cost the taxpayers and the Department of Corrections. But more importantly, you know, if we're going to have this SMART Act report, right now it just says, tell us how much folks are making appointments and not showing up, and tell us how frequently inmates are making appointments and showing up. And it's concluded that there was apparently no reason for them to even be there in the first place. And then we would add into that SMART Act report a third component, which says, let's do a cost-benefit analysis so we can see what the end result of all this is. Are we getting better health care among the inmates? Is this an effective program? Does it make sense to waive fees and costs? Because it might actually end up being the case that the opposite is true, that when you encourage more responsible use of health care services, you get better health care. So those are all questions I think we would want to have discussed and included in this SMART Act report that we're going to get next year and in the future years. So I would urge support for Amendment L013.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L013. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've heard a lot about this bill, a lot of discussion concerns. I have one more addition I think is very useful for this bill. And so with that.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk please read 14. L14.
Amendment L14, amending gross bill, page 4,
Senator
after line
Pelton.
16.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this does on page 4, after paragraph B, it adds, the department is encouraged to establish partnerships between correctional facilities, local health care providers, or nonprofit organizations to facilitate the delivery of health care services to inmates. I have several prisons in my small rural district, and we've got some good providers out there that I think could be of great service to these prisons. So with that, I urge yes vote on 014.
Any discussion? Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Department of Corrections already does this, and there are some statutes that already govern this. I want to run some checks as to how this would interact with that, if at all. So I think I'm going to ask for a senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 has been requested. Okay, we are back. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to withdraw Amendment 014.
That is proper motion. L014 has been withdrawn. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1026 to the bottom of the calendar.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1026 to the bottom of the calendar. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that will lay over to the end of the calendar. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1062?
House Bill 1062 by Representatives Armagost and Duran and Senators Hendrickson and Pelton B. concerning the penalty for theft of firearms and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1062 in the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, the Appropriations Committee appropriately appropriated the funds appropriate for the appropriate bill.
All right. Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The underlying philosophy of this bill is that firearms in the wrong hands, firearms in criminal hands, pose a unique threat to our communities. In most of our statutes, penalties associated with theft are tied to the value, the cumulative value of the items that are stolen. And to a large degree, that makes perfect sense. The greater the value of the stolen goods, the greater the harm done. And the greater the harm done, the greater the potential sentence that one should face having been accused of that crime. Firearms are different. A firearm with a value of $150 can be extraordinarily deadly and wreak incredible harm on our communities. And firearms, unlike other consumer goods, when they're stolen, are much more likely to then be used in a crime where they can cause harm, right? The toolbox stolen out of the hood of a car that you're working on, you left for 15 minutes. Well, there's not a good chance that somebody is going to inflict great harm on the community with one of the wrenches that's left in that toolbox. But the firearm that's stolen, there's a good chance it's going to turn up on a crime scene. At the very least, there's a good chance it's going to turn up in the black market. So we're dealing with a crime, a unique crime, in which the threat to the community, the harm to the community, is not based on the value, necessarily, of the item stolen, and the sentencing associated with the commission of that act should reflect that. I ask for an aye vote on 1062.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All we're doing is we're taking this out of how much the firearm is worth if it's stolen to a Class 6 felony, which is the lowest felony you could possibly get. So that's what we're doing with this bill.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1062. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1062 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1149?
House Bill 1149 by Representative English and Senator Exum concerning comprehensive socio-cultural black history education in public schools and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1149 in the Education Committee report.
To the Education Committee report.
Yes, in education, we had a couple of amendments to make a few changes to make the bill a little more comprehensive, and we asked for an aye vote for the Education Committee report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Education Committee report is adopted. Senator Exum to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment that I want to move, and then I'll talk about the bill a little bit.
All right, there is an amendment at the desk. Thank you. Clerk, please read L005.
Amendment L005, amend reading gross bill, page 3, strike lines 9 through 15, and
Senator
substitute.
Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did some further stakeholding with the Department of Education regarding this amendment, and what it does, it extends the timeline for the school districts to incorporate the standards. It also extends the timeline for the committee appointments and the first committee covering that. And then regarding the regulations of the State Board of Education, we changed the word implement to integrate to make it a little more comprehensive, and ask for an aye vote on Amendment L005.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L005. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It looks like a few people want to talk about it, so I'll let them speak before I speak.
Okay. Any discussion on the bill?
Oh, okay. I thought they were here for this. Okay.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm honored to bring this bill before you today, which requires the State Board of Education to adopt standards regarding Black history and creates a committee in the Department of Education to assist developing those standards. It's a good bill. It builds upon the work that we did in 2019, 1192. And this bill focuses on the contributions specifically of Black Americans to historical and cultural studies, requiring State Board of Education to adopt Black historical and cultural studies standards no later than July 2026. And it allows local education providers to incorporate the standards to elementary school in the year 2028 to go along with their 6-year review of their curriculum. And ask for an aye vote for House Bill 1149.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1149. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1149 is adopted. The clerk, please read the title to House Bill 1167.
House Bill 1167 by Representative Valdez and Martinez and Senator Kipp concerning alternative education campuses and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you. I move House Bill 1167.
All right, to the bill.
Thank you. What this bill does is an alternate education campus is a campus that serves our high school students generally that have come into a lot of life challenges early in life. And what our alternate education campuses do is do a really good job at serving those students and that population. When I was on my local school board, the most meaningful graduations I went to were for the high school students that were in these programs. So the bill we're bringing today is trying to make some programs to make it easier to do some adjustments in the statute to make it easier for these alternate education campuses to operate and to make sure that they retain their funding and are able to use it in appropriate ways.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've had some pretty deep involvement in alternative education campuses, specifically setting up infant and toddler child care facilities at these alternative high schools. We want to see these kids graduate, and it's an important gap that this program fills to make sure that we can do everything we possibly can to get them across the finish line of their primary education through 12th grade. So I would encourage an aye vote. This is a great program, and I'm happy to support it.
Any discussion? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I just want to say this morning I did vote no in appropriations on this bill, not because of the merits of the bill, but because the Department of Education ticked me off with a less than $10,000 fiscal note, which I think is ridiculous. But other than that, I think it's a good bill, and I would encourage an aye vote.
All right. With that, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1167. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1167 is adopted. That brings us to Mr. Majority Leader, Assistant Majority Leader?
No, we moved 165 to the bottom.
Right, 48 is before it, right.
So 48's up right now.
Oh, they need to lay it over, okay.
Oh, okay. We'll get out of your way, Lisa.
That's right, thank you.
Assistant Majority Leader Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we lay over Senate Bill 048 until the end balance of the second reading of bills. Special order. Oh, till tomorrow? Hold on.
Senatorial 5.
No, Senatorial 5.
Oh, you guys are still on 165?
Yeah.
Well, 165 is in front of 148.
No, they said that one.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 48 lay over to the bottom of the calendar.
Motion is to lay over Senate Bill 48 to the bottom of the calendar. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. Senate Bill 48 will lay over to the end of the calendar. Will the clerk please read the title of the Senate Bill 165?
Senate Bill 165 by Senators Pelton B. and Doherty and concerning electrical work regulated in the state.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 165 and the committee report for Business, Labor, Technology and the Appropriates Committee report.
We just have a Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report, so
sorry.
that one.
Just the
Senator
Business,
Pelton.
Labor, yes, Technology report. Thank you. Basically, what we did in Business, Labor, and Technology is that we did a strike below to take all the regulations out, where we're only thing that we're concerned about now is to make sure that we can, anybody working as a solar voltaic contractor can now get time for the electrician to become an electrician. So that's what we did.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, the committee report is adopted. To the bill, there is an amendment at the desk.
Thank
Will the clerk please read L006?
Amendment L6, amend the Business,
Senator
Labor...
Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L006.
All right, to the amendment.
The L006, this deals with the concern that employee-owned companies won't be harmed when converting to a legacy contractor and allows for multiple agents to be registered. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L006. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L004?
Amendment L004, amend
Senator
the Business...
Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L004.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment clarifies that electricians who have classroom hours don't expire until after 8 years. This is a cleanup to make sure that those who have taken hours and are not ready to test don't lose their hours of credibility. And this was worked out with Dora. So that's what we did. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L004. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L004 is adopted. To the another amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L005?
Amendment L005, amend the Business, Labor, and
Senator
Technology
Pelton.
Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L005 to Senate Bill 165.
All right, to the amendment.
Thank you. This is to clarify language that makes sure that the hours earned under NASCEPT is one option of earning hours toward electrical license. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L005. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L005 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All this bill does is that 2 years ago, I was sent an email from the independent electrical contractors that asked us to go to the western slope to help with installing photovoltaic solar panels on houses because there wasn't enough people to do it. So that's why this is a workforce bill, and I appreciate an aye vote on 165. And I want to really thank my co-sponsor for all the help that she gave me. So
Is there any
I ask for
further-
an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 165 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 165 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of the House Bill 1026?
House Bill 1026 by Representative Carter and Garcia and Senator Judah and Hendrickson concerning procedures related to the provision of healthcare services to inmates and in connection therewith prohibiting certain co-payments and fees and making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we last heard 1026 a few minutes ago, we had considered L13. There is ongoing, the first time we had seen L13 was on the floor of this debate. L14. The first time we saw L14 was on the floor during the debate. There's ongoing wickets being checked to ensure that this jives, so to speak, with current policies and procedures that exist at DOC for public-private partnerships that they are already engaged with, and that there isn't a fiscal impact of it. While we wait for that to be completed, we're asking that we continue to forward the bill, and we'll continue to have those conversations and see if a third read amendment is appropriate. I ask for an aye vote and move House Bill 1026.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1026 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1026 is adopted. Mr. Majority
Senatorial
Leader.
5.
Senatorial 5 has been requested.
She's
Will the
grabbing my
clerk
amendment.
please read the title of Senate Bill 48?
Senate Bill 48 by Senators Michelson, Janay, Mullica, and Representatives Brown and Mabry concerning the Diabetes Prevention and Obesity Treatment Act.
Senator Michelson Janay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, thank you. We did get a new fiscal note, and the new fiscal note says no appropriation is required. However, from feedback, we are removing the part of the bill that requires individual and small group plans to offer the nutrition therapy, et cetera. And that amendment is printing right now. I hear the printer going. I can talk longer about it.
Coming in live.
Coming in hot.
There is a warm amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L17?
Amendment L17, amend the Appropriations Committee report dated April 29, 2025, page 1, line 11, strike individual and substitute large.
Senator Michelson Janay.
I move Amendment L17 and ask for an aye vote.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L17. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L17 is adopted. To the bill, any further discussion? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the intention. I mean, we are government, and so we do what government does, and government says, I'm big, I'm strong, I'm power. The most overweening comment or word to describe it is coercive. This seeks to do good things for people, is the desire, and provides options, so the good things may or may not happen. But what it will do for certain is it will create an entire set of changes that will ripple through and be required of the entire insurance industry that once again will create increased costs. Now, these increase in costs aren't going to ripple through the economy to the extent like some of the bills we discussed previously today, but they will cause each insurance carrier to add a staff member or 2 or 3 to develop the underwriting that goes associated with the presentation of potential different programs. They will require every insurance producer, that's the insurance agent that lives in your community, your neighbor, to develop new methods of communicating across all of the platforms of the different requirements. And none of this is driven, in my opinion, in my mind, by market need, by the request of individuals. It's being driven by government, saying you have to do this. The reality is the insurance producers are attentive to the needs of the people they serve. The insurance companies are attentive to the needs of the people they serve. What we have here is one more round of us saying, you know, we have an idea and we're going to force it upon you. Now, in this case, all we're doing is forcing a change, but that forced change is still an administrative burden that has to be borne by the industries that we are, in fact, forcing it upon. As a matter of philosophy, I have significant challenges with this. I would much rather that we pull people into positive conversations, and that's what marketplaces do. When enough individuals raise their hand and say, I'm interested in that, the service is provided. When enough people raise their hand and say, I'm interested in that, the product is developed and delivered. We get ahead of things. We say we're the government and we're requiring this of you. Folks, what you need to know, one employer, the state of Colorado, is paying currently about $11 million a year for this particular program. That's going to be reduced because we've restricted the access to this going forward, but it's still going to be a burden to the state of Colorado, around $6 million. Now think about that across all the potential employers in the state of Colorado. The burden of that is significant. So what's going to happen is, well, if you're willing to, as an employer, let your insurance premiums for all of your employees double or triple, those are the sort of estimations we're getting that this particular therapy would cause and provide. If you're willing for that to happen, then you can provide it to your employees. But the challenge of that is it won't be adopted. And so the original intention is long gone. What we've got now is a nuisance for the industry that provides insurance and not a great likelihood that the service will actually be provided to people. So I appreciate the effort, I appreciate the work. I don't think we're getting to a good outcome with this, so I'll be a no vote, but it isn't for lack of effort to get to good policy that we have not arrived at good policy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add, I have seen the work that my good colleague from Commerce City has put into this bill. And I very much understand the intention. And to the last speaker's point, new technologies, new medicines become available all the time. And then we, as a rulemaking body, have to decide, does this new thing provide enough benefit to our citizens that we want to make sure that they have access to it? And I will say, we have an obesity epidemic in our state, and the cost of that is enormous compared to the cost of helping people and making available to people medications that will help them get better. And it is smart policy to look out and say, hey, we just got some new medicines that are radical. They are amazing. They are changing people's lives, and they are saving money, lots of money. And so I just want to applaud the good senators' efforts in bringing this bill forward. And I'm glad we're doing something this year, and I am very hopeful that we will be able to do even more in the coming years. I ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 48. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 48 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the correction.
Sir Chair.
Sorry.
Your chairness. Sorry.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Roberts. I can't really stretch that out very much. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 29, 2025. Madam President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 7 as amended, Senate Bill 17 as amended, Senate Bill 272 as amended, Senate Bill 286 as amended, Senate Bill 297 as amended, Senate Bill 313, Senate Bill 314 as amended, Senate Bill 315 as amended, Senate Bill 165 as amended, Senate Bill 48 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1062 as amended, House Bill 1149 as amended, House Bill 1167, House Bill 1026 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senator Rich. With a vote of 32 aye, 1 no, 0 absent, and 2 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 25007 as amended, Senate Bill 25017 as amended, Senate Bill 25272 as amended, Senate Bill 25286 as amended, Senate Bill 25297 as amended, Senate Bill 25313, Senate Bill 25314 as amended, Senate Bill 25315 as amended, Senate Bill 25165 as amended, Senate Bill 25048 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 251062 as amended, House Bill 251149 as amended, House Bill 251167, House Bill 251026 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Please, Mr. Schaffler, please excuse Senator Bridges. Trying to turn the page. Oh my God, I can't turn the page. Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. I don't have a calendar. Sorry. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 41?
Senate Bill 41 by Senators Michelson, Janay, and Amabile, and Representatives Bradfield and English, concerning persons who may be incompetent to stand trial and in connection therewith permitting certain services for persons who are incompetent to proceed, collecting residency information about persons who are incompetent to proceed, and requiring bond setting for persons who may be incompetent to proceed.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Senate concur with the amendments from the House.
Will you please explain yourself?
Yes. So this actually was a really big deal. After this bill passed the Senate, the Colorado Supreme Court decided the JD case. That case reviewed the intent of language from House Bill 231012, which I was also a sponsor of. That case was decided 4-3, and the decision ruled that the Department of Human Services could conduct reevaluations of juveniles without notice to parties and without court approval or involvement, despite the fact that the task force and HB 231012 intended for the court to hear from the parties and order when a reevaluation is warranted. There was a lot of stakeholding and task force work in 2023, and the intent was to have reevaluations occur when a court ordered them and with notice to all the parties. So to respond to the recent decision, the stakeholders met and agreed to the language of the amendment that the House adopted. As both the defense attorneys and prosecutors agree, it accomplishes the prior intent of House Bill 231012, and it lets judges do their job and decide when a reevaluation should occur. It ensures that juveniles' lawyers, their parents, and prosecutors know of reevaluation requests and can weigh in on the requests and provide any information relevant to the reevaluation. This is, the Supreme Court got it wrong, and we are now clarifying what the original intent of the legislation was, and I ask for a yes vote.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 41. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 32 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 3 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Amabile.
I move for the readoption of Senate Bill 2541 and ask for a yes vote.
Is there any discussion? The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 41. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich, Baisley, Catlin, Frizzell, Simpson, Mr. Minority Leader, Pelton B, Kirkmeyer, Bright, Carson, Pelton R, Liston, with a vote of 20 aye, 12 no, 0 absent, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 41 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will Mr. Schaffler please read the title to Senate Bill 173?
Senate Bill 173 by Senator Weissman and Representatives Garcia and Zakai concerning the classification of certain state revenue for purposes of calculating state fiscal year spending pursuant to Section 20 of Article 10 of the state constitution and in connection therewith clarifying the statutory definitions of damage awards and property sale for purposes of calculating state fiscal year spending.
Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Madam President. I move the Senate concur in House amendments to SB 173.
Is there any discussion? Senator Weissman.
Thank you. Briefly, members, the House identified a definition that would become obsolete upon adoption of the bill, so they struck it, and that makes sense.
Okay. The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 173. Are there any no votes?
The bill or?
Oh, discussion? Mr. Minority Leader.
To the amendment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep. Thank you very much, Madam President. Just trying to understand clearly, I see that one House amendment was moved and lost. One House amendment was moved, but it doesn't acknowledge whether it was passed or not. And then a House Appropriations Amendment was passed. So I'm just trying to understand what the interaction was and what the changes in the bill are then.
Senator Weissman.
So the bill fundamentally deals with definitions. There's, I don't have the full site in my head, but what the House did is identified that because in a certain section we are proposing a new 1C to become effective, 1A would essentially be superseded by that. So we can repeal out the 1A because the 1C is going to become operative. I don't always use the I legislate, but just going off the public website, it's possible to see what the amendment was that passed and to read the appropriate re-revised, which is now before us. So it's really just a couple of lines by way of a definitional cleanup, which is the only thing the House actually passed and which is before us and concerning which I'm asking for concurrence.
Fair enough, that answers. Yep.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 173. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 32 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 3 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Madam President. I move for the repassage of SB 173 as amended.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 173. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich, Baisley, Catlin, Frizzell, Simpson, Mr. Minority Leader, Pelton B, Kirkmeyer, Bright, Carson, Pelton R, Liston. With a vote of 20 aye, 12 no, 0 absent, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 173 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senators Kipp, Cutter, Wallace. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Bill 001.
Senate Bill 001 by Senator Gonzalez and Representatives Bacon and Joseph concerning the administration of elections and in connection therewith creating the Colorado Voting Rights Act and making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, it is an honor and joy to move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 1.
Please tell us more. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, the House continued to work alongside the county clerks to ensure that the language contained in Senate Bill 1 was manageable, implementable, and doable, and continued that work both in the House State SBMA. They have another letter in it. I don't know, remember. Stakes, whatever. I know nothing about the House. State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee. Over them. In their grand, yeah, seriously. They ran several amendments. I asked for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 001. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich, Baisley, Liston.
This is voting rights.
Catlin.
Yeah.
Pelton R. Frizzell. Carson. Bright. Simpson. Kirkmeyer. Mr. Minority Leader. Senator Pelton B. With a vote of 20 aye, 12 no, 0 absent, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 001 is repassed. Nope. Senate Bill, sorry. The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 001. I read the no votes. And with a vote of 20 aye, 12 no, 0 absent, and 3 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President. It is a joy to be able to move that Senate Bill 25001, the Colorado Voting Rights Act, be repassed and sent to the governor so that he can sign this thing into law.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 001. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich, Baisley, Liston, Catlin, Pelton R., Frizzell, Carson, Simpson, Bright, Mr. Minority Leader, Kirkmeyer, Pelton B. With a vote of 20 aye, 12 no, 0 absent, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 001 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Wallace, Senator Cutter, Senator Coleman, Senator Amabile. You all, by the way, were already co-sponsors. Okay. All right. Governor's appointments consent calendar. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read all of the appointments listed on the consent calendar?
Member of the University of Colorado Hospital Authority Board of Directors, Lynette Crowe Iverson from the 5th Congressional District for a term effective June 1st, 2025 and continuing until May 31st, 2029, or until a successor is appointed by the Board of Regents, reappointed. Members of the Colorado Brain Injury Trust Fund Board, effective July 1st, 2024 for terms expiring June 30th, 2027, James Graham of Fort Collins, Colorado, reappointed. Jamal Long Soldier of Denver, Colorado, reappointed. Maria Martinez of Pueblo, Colorado, appointed. Members of the State Board of Human Services for a term expiring March 1st, 2027, Jeffrey Baker of Centennial, Colorado, to serve as a county commissioner occasioned by the change in designation of Jennifer Kim McDonald of Los Animas, Colorado, appointed. Effective March 2nd, 2025, for terms expiring March 1st, 2029, Brisa Chavez of Rifle, Colorado, to serve as a member of the public, reappointed. Michael Dave of Denver, Colorado, to serve as a member of the public, reappointed. Megan Lovelace of Avon, Colorado, to serve as a member of the public with a family member with a disability, appointed. Mary Young of Greeley, Colorado, to serve as a member of the public, appointed. Effective January 1st, 2025, for a term expiring March 1st, 2027. Jennifer Kim McDonald of Los Animas, Colorado, to serve as a member of the public, occasioned by the resignation of Kay Cowling of Denver, Colorado, reappointed. Medical Services Board, members of the Medical Services Board for terms expiring July 1st, 2028. David Pump of Pueblo West, Colorado, to represent the 3rd Congressional District, appointed. Morgan Honea of Centennial, Colorado, to represent 6th Congressional District, reappointed. Christina Mulkey of Denver, Colorado, to represent the 8th Congressional District, reappointed. Vincent Scott of Severance, Colorado, to serve as an unaffiliated, a representative of the 4th Congressional District, and a family member of a person with a disability, reappointed.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the passage of all the members on consideration of Governor's Appointment Consent Calendar, which is Lynette Crowe Iverson from the 5th Congressional District for the University of Colorado Hospital Authority Board of Directors, James Graham of Fort Collins, Jamal Long Soldier of Denver, and Maria Martinez of Pueblo for the Colorado Brain Injury Trust Fund Board, Jeffrey Baker of Centennial, Brisa Chavez of Rifle, Michael Dave of Denver, Megan Lovelace of Avon, Mary Young of Greeley, Jennifer Kim McDonald of Los Animas for the State Board of Human Services, David Pump of Pueblo West, Morgan Hanea of Centennial, Christina Mulkey of Denver, Vincent Scott of Severance for the Medical Services Board.
Is there any discussion? The motion is the confirmation of all the appointments on the consent calendar. Are there any no votes on the consent calendar? With a vote of 32 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 3 excused, those appointments are confirmed. Consideration of governor's appointments. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to lay over consideration of governor's appointments until Friday, May the 2nd.
You have heard the motion that will lay over till May 2nd. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 30, it's a voice vote. We're all good. That motion passes. Mr. Majority Leader, consideration of conference committee reports.
House Bill 1154 by Representatives Brown and Froelich and Senator Judah and Amabile concerning communication services for people with disabilities and in connection therewith creating the Communication Services for People with Disabilities Enterprise and making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Judah.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adopt the first report of the first committee on House Bill 1154.
Is there any discussion? Do you want me to explain it? It's up to you. There's no further discussion. Okay. Seeing none, the motion is for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1154. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 32 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 3 excused, the first report of the first conference committee on HB 1154 is adopted. Senator Judah.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1154.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the repassage of House Bill 1154. Are there any no votes? Senator Pelton B., Mr. Minority Leader, Kirkmeyer, Simpson, Bright, Frizzell, Carson, Catlin, Pelton R., Baisley, Liston, Rich. With a vote of 20 aye, 12 no, 0 absent, and 3 excused, 1154 is repassed. Message from the House. Oh, co-sponsors on 1154. Okay, message from the House.
The House is postponed indefinitely. Senate Bill 121, the bill is returned herewith.
Message. Signing of bills.
The President has signed House Bill 1010, 1060, 1075, 1113, 1135, 1152, 1224, 1230, 1234, 1285. The President has signed Senate Bill 6, 35, 55, 146, 149, 228, and 270.
Message from the Governor.
Honorable members of the Colorado Senate, pursuant to the authority vested in the office of the Governor of the State of Colorado, I have the honor to inform you that I have approved and filed with the Secretary of State the following acts. Senate Bill 206, 2025-26 Long Appropriations Bill, approved on Monday, April 28, 2025 at 9:15 a.m. Approved on Monday, April 28, 2025 at 2:15 p.m. Senate Bill 219, Senate Bill 220, Senate Bill 221, Senate Bill 227, Senate Bill 235, Senate Bill 238, Senate Bill 239, Senate Bill 223, Senate Bill 230, Senate Bill 234, Senate Bill 236, Senate Bill 240, Senate Bill 241, Senate Bill 242, Senate Bill 269. Sincerely, Jared Polis, Governor.
Announcements. Senator Kipp.
Thank you, members of the Senate Finance Committee. We will be meeting at 3:20 today in SCR 357 to hear SB 25-306 and SB 25-1303, both for action only. We are laying over HB 25-1302. That will be heard upon adjournment on Thursday. And we will also be hearing HB 25-1269 and HB 25-1268. I look forward to seeing you all there.
Senator Weissman. After him.
Okay, thanks, Madam President. State Affairs Committee members, we have some work to do at 3:20 or 15 minutes after the gavel drops, whichever is later. We will meet in 3:52, our usual room, to hear the following bills. Minor order change at the end due to sponsor timing. In this order, 1266, 1057, Senate Bill 309, back to House Bills 1153, 1313, 1315, and 1319. See you soon.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Madam President. We will have appropriations tomorrow. We're meeting at 8 a.m., so some of you can sleep in a little bit, and we'll be across the street. We have 15 bills and other bills as assigned. Thanks.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, if you would like to get breakfast tomorrow morning, possibly before going to appropriations, starting at 7:30 tomorrow, you got a flyer on your desk. Come hear about the new Colorado Outdoors Strategy. This is being hosted by the state in partnership with GOCO. Folks from the Nature Conservancy, CCI, Cattlemen's Association, CPW, and other organizations are going to be talking about the new outdoor strategy. Breakfast starts at 7:30 and the program starts at 8 in the West Foyer. Thanks.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam President. Folks, the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee will be meeting 15 minutes on adjournment in the old Supreme Court chambers. We'll be hearing one bill, 1284. See you there. Have a nice night.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, I stand before you today with a very grateful heart.
A moment of personal privilege, perhaps?
Yes, I am so sorry. Madam President, may I have a moment of personal privilege?
Granted.
Thank you. So today, it's been a long month, but today I completed my last treatment for radiation. Thank you. But I want to thank you. I want to thank my amazing husband, David, because, boy, I don't know what I'd do without him, my kids. Our amazing Senate staff, who has looked over my shoulder, and I'm very grateful for them. the great compassionate staff at Rocky Mountain Cancer Center, where I'm getting treatment, my caucus family, who's just stood by my side, walked the walk with me. And I really want to thank my co-sponsors who have had to fly solo in appropriations. Thank you, because I feel like I really let you down, but I'm grateful that we got everything through. And thank you. It's been a rough month, but I'm grateful to work here every day with each and every one of you. Sorry, I didn't think I was going to get emotional. But that's all I had to say, and I just wanted to voice my appreciation for everything you've done for me.
We wish you continued good health, Senator Frizzell. Majority Leader?
Thank you, colleagues. We will be reading some bills across the desk later, so we will be recessing. No need to return on that. The Senate will recess until 3:20 p.m. today.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will stand in recess until 3:20 today.